G'day, Nate 40 here. I'm back. Finally figured out my sound settings. Let's rock and roll. Let me recenter myself, play some Howard Kurtz.
Was a dramatic buildup. 3.5 years into the brutal and bloody war in Ukraine after the illegal Russian invasion that has always featured targeting civilians, President Trump announced he would meet with Vladimir Putin and try to negotiate a peace deal.
It became more and more.
The illegal Russian invasion, is that what we said about the Iraq invasion of 2003? Pretty sure it was illegal in most standards of international law. It just seems like a weird framing for news that what primarily matters is it was an illegal invasion. Man, come on, 40, get it together.
Complicated as time went on. It was simple at the beginning. It wasn't going to happen. But it became more and more complicated. But I think we're getting close.
The president acknowledged the frustrations of dealing with the Kremlin dictator.
I'd have like a great call with him, and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place, and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold. That's cold. We're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
Now, as the president was talking about land swaps, there were obvious problems. Volodymyr Zelensky wasn't going along, saying he couldn't negotiate with Putin while Russian forces are continuing to bomb his country to improve their military position. And then, there's no other way to put this, a dramatic lowering of expectations for the sit-down in Anchorage.
I think this is a listening exercise for the president. Look, only one party that's involved in this war is going to be present. And so this is for the president to go and to get, again, a more firm and better understanding of how we can hopefully bring this war to an end.
After the meeting, despite some upbeat talk, it was clear not much was accomplished. No ceasefire, no details, no questions from the press, just vague assurances.
Wait. Why is it clear that nothing was accomplished? Right, just because there wasn't a ceasefire announced or anything announced, this frame that he's using seems to assume that which is announced equals that which is accomplished. That for which words are spoken publicly is that which is accomplished in the real world. That for which a bureaucracy releases information, that is co-equal with what's going on in the real world. Now, I don't know about you, but much of what happens in reality is not captured in bureaucratic pronouncements or in, say, official statements or a booklet. All right, reality is often much messier, much dirtier than what gets captured in official pronouncements. And so, how is it clear that nothing was accomplished? To me, I would think that it's an accomplishment just for Trump and Putin to be in the same room, look at each other, and talk to each other. I would assume that would tend to reduce the likelihood of a nuclear war and an unnecessary conflict. Why this universal framing that absolutely nothing was accomplished? Doesn't ring true to me.
That some progress was made without explaining what that was. President Trump, to his credit, didn't oversell what happened, or more precisely, what didn't happen.
Wait, that was weird. Now I've forgotten my point, but let me rewind here.
No details, no questions from the press, just vague assurances that some progress was made without explaining what that was.
Oh, so if we don't have official people telling us what progress was made, then progress was not made. I don't like to talk about myself. I'm a man of tremendous quiet, dignity, and reserve, but I have made great progress on many of my dates, and there were no official pronouncements. There were no bureaucrats coming out with pieces of paper detailing how much I had advanced in that date, right? But I'd still made real progress, right? Just because you don't have a bureaucracy announcing how far I had advanced doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
President Trump, to his credit, didn't oversell what happened, or more precisely, what didn't happen.
There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say.
What didn't happen? How do you know? How do you know? Who do you love and how do you know? Those are the two questions, right? Who is us and who is they?
A couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
The president, who meets with Zelensky and European leaders tomorrow at the White House, said there would probably be another meeting with Putin. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
Oh, come on, Howard.
He went for a ceasefire. He leaves with nothing. Putin got a flyover, a red carpet, a lot of handshakes.
The big winner of today's summit, outside of all of that, what we just saw, was undoubtedly Vladimir Putin.
This joint news conference was anything but. It was not a news conference. There were no questions taken by either leader. There were many yelled by reporters there, but we don't have a sense.
My God, if there wasn't a news conference, guys, then clearly nothing happened. Right, we have to have a news conference. We have to give the media its due. We have to placate the media. We have to give it official pronouncements from leaders of bureaucracies for anything to be accomplished.
Of what exactly is in this agreement or this deal?
I think it was brilliant by President Trump to actually say, look, we don't want to just give an unlimited podium to Vladimir Putin. Go ahead and make his comments so that President Trump can clean up any messes that may have been left on aisle 7.
The more I replay it in my mind, it is so extraordinarily vague. It lacked almost any real substance.
Oh, my God, it was vague. I haven't been boss man very much, but from my understanding of life, the more responsibility you have, the more prestige you have, the more delicate you have to be in the things that you say, particularly publicly, because the more you have to lose and the more your words affect other people. So when leaders of two of the world's 3 most powerful nations meet up to talk about war, there are so many incentives operating towards vagueness that it doesn't surprise me and it doesn't bother me, and I'm not losing sleep that there was more vagueness than clarity. Now, we all remember the 1950s. Dwight Eisenhower was just widely derided as a buffoon. And why was Dwight Eisenhower labeled a buffoon? Because he would speak in a buffoonish style. He would contradict himself. He would say things that didn't make any sense. And so he was labeled a buffoon. But he would often do this deliberately. Right. Now, in retrospect, he is regarded as one of the 3 successful presidents of the 20th century, along with Roosevelt and Reagan. And he would deliberately obfuscate what was going on because that made it easier to accomplish things in the real world. I love beautiful sounding words. I love clarity. I love truth. But there's something that I love more than clarity and truth and beautiful sounding words, and that is concrete behavior that enhances the safety and the dignity of my fellow Americans. And if enhancing the safety and the dignity of my fellow Americans requires unbeautiful words or no words or obfuscations or a lack of official pronouncements from leaders of bureaucracies, then that is a price that I am willing to pay. As a leader with great responsibility, often the incentives that you face are going to direct you. If you have the well-being, the safety, and the dignity of your citizens as your top priority, you are going to have far more incentives to obfuscate than to be clear. Right? I love clarity, I love truth, but there's a time and a place for clarity and truth, and there's a time and a place for obfuscation. I'm not telling you the summit was a success. I have no desire to affect your view of the summit. What I'm telling you is that when the cool kids all sing from the same hymnal about a part of reality that is probably much more complicated than what they're telling us, I want to understand why. And why is it the people who hold the most prestige frequently say the dumbest things? And it comes to me that often belonging to any group requires a certain amount of singing from the same hymnal. And it often requires, if you're in a prestigious group that many people want to join, it requires a willingness to humiliate yourself by saying things that are patently untrue to maintain your status in the cool kids club. So you see this in the news media, for example, when you hear people saying that right-wing media's coverage of Joe Biden, showing him apparently suffering from senility, cognitive decline, that these are deep fakes, all right? You have to say these stupid things to maintain your standing among the cool kids in the elite news media. Or you have to say about immigration that all groups that move to America eventually assimilate and enjoy approximately the same levels of success as every other group. And it's not true. Japanese Americans have certain life results that are more similar to the life results of the Japanese in Japan than they are to your average American. And West Africans achieve similar life results in many areas that resemble the life results of their ancestors and others in their genetic chain in West Africa. And Swedish Americans often more resemble the life results and behaviors of people in Sweden than they do with their average American. So groups do not tend to assimilate in a profound way, right? Different groups from radically different areas of the globe who evolutionarily developed under very different selection processes, right, have developed different gifts, and their life results do not tend to assimilate to the American norm. They will assimilate in language and in clothing and all these superficial manifestations. But to the extent that they remain genetically dominantly Japanese or Chinese or West African or East African or Northern European, their life results will tend to be in large amount similar to other people with their genetics, right, elsewhere in the globe, and the environment that they find themselves in now, the United States of America, will have some effect, right? It's both nature and nurture. So there's a lot of talk in the news media about the poverty and the travails of African Americans in the United States, and that is true. On the other hand, Africans in the United States are the most affluent, successful Africans in the world. Compared to Africans elsewhere in the world, American Africans are far more successful because environment has something to do with what we're talking about here. Now, I love beautiful words, but here's an example of something that's more important than just beautiful words, and that's industrial policy, right? There isn't a beautiful theory behind industrial policy. There's not a lot of beautiful rhetoric behind industrial policy. It just tends to increase the safety, the dignity, and the prosperity of your average citizen when your government engages in thoughtful amounts of industrial policy. And there's a new book out on industrial policy. Here's an interview with the two authors.
Trade and so on and so on. And I think found a hole or two, and then started very naively coming down to Washington and trying to lobby on my own. Laughable in retrospect. But fortunately, a congressional staffer, said, well, if you're interested in this, you ought to read Ian Fletcher's book. So I did, and I liked it a lot, and we got in touch. And he, in fact, introduced me to CPA, a Coalition for a Prosperous America, and Michael Stumo. And then, I don't know, maybe, 5 or 6 years later, we were talking, and I don't remember who said it first. He said, well, why don't you write a book about industrial policy? Because that's what we're really talking about. And he maybe said that to me. And I said, well, why don't you write it? And so we ended up taking it on together.
And it's an important point that industrial policy, it sort of is part of this trade policy conversation, but it is its own distinct thing. I mean, on one hand, even if you were a committed free trader, you would still want industrial policy. You might even especially need it.
It's really the other way around. Trade policy.
So why do the cool kids often say the same dumb things? And no one would have feel some resentment. It's like, hey, I'm working on my merit here. I'm producing merit. I am pursuing truth. Right? Why can't I belong to the cool kids? Why don't I have their status? But usually life in the middle of the herd is a more effective strategy for life and for evolutionary reproductive success than being on the edge of the herd, producing merit and truth. And so it's worth understanding why it is that the cool kids so often uniformly say the same dumb things. And so why does the media sound so uniform with regard to the Trump-Putin summit, just as they were with regard to Biden's senility, the lab leak, Russiagate, etc.? because elite journalism and most of life is not primarily about merit. Right? Elite journalism is not primarily about truth or breaking news or scoops. Prestige economies are primarily about prestige, and the safest way to develop and maintain your prestige is to align with those who have the power, to align with what the cool kids say, especially on big stakes foreign policy, where if you deviate from what the cool kids are saying, you are likely to be branded a Putin apologist, naive, soft on dictators, unpatriotic. Right? And so one reason that we're seeing this hymnal effect in the Trump-Putin Anchorage summit coverage, right, that the news business is not such a great business anymore, and so more and more news outlets have to rely on the wire services and the cathedral papers, such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. Once the New York Times and the Washington Post fix a frame, Trump bows, Putin triumphs, right, others will tend to echo it. Right? We all naturally tend to echo and emulate what those with more power and prestige than us have. So this signals that you're a professional and you are shielded from all the problems and the accusations and the threats that come from going off script. Also, journalism tends to operate under a time pressure, and this creates packed journalism. Major news outlets tend to rely on the same pool of analysts, ex-diplomats, think tank voices, so their talking points get laundered into nearly identical news stories. Then we have a foreign policy priesthood. And how do you develop, accumulate, maintain an exciting high-status position in the foreign policy blob, in the foreign policy elite? Right? Do you do it by advocating for very selective American intervention overseas with a very sharp and clear eye for what's definitively in America's interest in intervening overseas? Or do you want to play the great game? Think about how much more exciting your career is and how many more opportunities you will have to get money and excitement and status by advocating intervention overseas. The incentives for advocating intervention overseas, if you're a part of the foreign policy establishment, are not the same as the incentives for doing what's in America's interests. And fortunately, all the incentives pretty much align with intervening overseas. It's more exciting, more status, more income, right? All sorts of good things come from advocating intervention overseas. And intervention for Ukraine is almost universally supported by our foreign policy elite because it's much more exciting to be over there fighting for Ukraine and trying to hurt Russia than it is to simply look out for America's best interests. Right? If you devote yourself to your boss's best interests, that may not be as exciting as doing what you want to do at work. Right, so we have an establishment in foreign policy as in all other parts of life, and it essentially sets the Overton window. It gives you what's in a respectable range of opinion, and journalism will tend to amplify the respectable opinions, because if you dissent from this, you will risk loss of access to the most prestigious voices in the foreign policy establishment. Prestige mimicry, right? When John F. Kennedy was president of the United States and he had prestige, there was a lot of mimicry of John F. Kennedy, or even after he died. And people look back on the John F. Kennedy presidency as Camelot, this mystical time. People like Gary Hart and others would try to mimic John F. Kennedy's mannerisms. So reporters will read each other more than they read events on the ground. We all tend to care far more what our peer group has to say and what our peer group thinks than what outsiders think. So the Financial Times, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal says Putin outplayed Trump. Right? You look unserious if you write Trump gains leverage. Then there's audience capture. The most prestigious news outlets are dominantly serving a left-of-center audience who wants to have their own hero system repeated back to them, right? People who pay to subscribe to the Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, they all expect to have their left-of-center perspective fed back to them. And if you frame the story otherwise, you are going to alienate the people who pay you money. And you will invite pushback from your journalists. So you have all these different mastheads, all these different news operations, all producing one narrative. about this summit. Putin won, Trump lost. And this isn't because every fact forces that conclusion. It's because incentives all push towards uniformity. And it's worth asking, how the heck did this happen? This is Ezra Klein of the New York Times talking with Yoram Hazony.
That center recognized that America was founded by Anglo-Protestants, recognized that America was also a nation that brought in Catholics and Jews in large numbers and succeeded, I think, very, very well in.
It's a lot easier to maintain your hero system if there aren't competing hero systems. So as long as Christianity was essentially the only transcendent religious hero system on offer, you're going to be much less likely to seek out a different religion. So when I was growing up, right, the only religious people I knew essentially were Protestants. And so it never occurred to me until I encountered Dennis Prager on the radio that there are other religious alternatives. And so the more diverse America becomes, the more hero systems are on offer, including religious hero systems. And with the more choices, right, then the more divided your country becomes and the less Americans have in common with each other.
In bringing Catholics and Jews into this Anglo-Protestant country, and not without problems, but it worked. And the claim that the fact that it was,
and this immigration, it worked in some ways. It was perhaps net neutral in other ways, and in other ways a net detriment. So if you are a man of the right, you may very well look at American political history and notice that the net contribution of Jews or the net contribution of various minority groups has been to push the American political spectrum towards the left. And so it'd be weird if you're a man of the right that you would applaud a group whose net political contribution was to move your country towards the left. That would be irrational. Now, Jews have made many positive contributions to the United States of America, as have every single immigrant group. And the net contribution of Jews to American politics has been to push the spectrum towards the left. I am a man of the right. I am not happy that the net contribution of Jews in American political terms is to push the spectrum to the left. I am happy that Jews make many contributions in science and in medicine and in entrepreneurship. But when it comes to politics and when it comes to culture, right, the net contribution of Jews has probably been to push the spectrum a little bit in a direction towards the left, one that I'm not thrilled with. And in other areas, like, I'm thrilled with the net Jewish contribution, right? Every group comes with certain gifts and certain problems. There are ways that America's diversity increases the GNP and does other good things. And then there are other ways that America's diversity reduces the quality of life, has reduced our sense of social cohesion, right? Things like immigration and free trade or protectionism, all these different policies, civil rights legislation, right? They help some groups, hurt other groups.
It's a Christian country, that up until the 1930s, the Supreme Court still referred to Americans as a Christian people, that it was legally a Christian country, that it was culturally run by Protestants. That didn't make it, didn't prevent it from being, despite its many flaws, from being, something that was really beautiful and superior to many other countries in the world. So the question then is, and I think this is really the argument maybe between you and JD or you and me, is whether the success of that enterprise, whether you can learn from that the central place of Anglo-Protestantism in America.
It's perhaps touching or it's naive that Yoram is speaking to Ezra as though this is an interview and these are two blokes who are interested in truth. And Ezra Klein is not primarily interested in truth. He is primarily interested in a debate that advances his political partisan hero system. And Yoram is talking to him as though this is an interview and as though Ezra is primarily motivated by the search for truth.
With a strong old...
Right, you have to know what genre you're in. Is this a debate? Is this an interview? Is your opposing number in this discussion? Is this someone who is primarily seeking truth or someone who is primarily seeking to score points for his side?
Testament, taste, the English language, the common law. I don't expect everybody to be common lawyers, but I do expect people to say, yes, the jury trial it's not a universal dictate of reason. It's an Anglo tradition, and it does what it does because the people here believe in this Anglo tradition. Not all of them, but a core. And so if you have that, then I think you can bring in lots of immigrants and you can get them to adopt those ways. If you don't have the center, and then it becomes...
It's possible that different immigrant groups assimilate and thrive in America to varying degrees, right? Not all immigrant groups are identical. They don't all come with the same gifts, right? Some groups are a lot more difficult to assimilate than others, right? Some groups bring with them more problems at a particular time and place than they bring benefits. So you, for example, may not be thrilled with Islamic immigration into your country, and you may well, in an empirical frame of mind, decide that the benefits that various Muslim groups have brought to your country are not outweighed by the cost that they have caused. But this isn't set. This isn't universal for all times and places, right? The situations change, right? The relative contributions of different groups may change. So it's not as though, I don't believe for a second that Palestinians are simply fated to bring chaos and disorder and terror wherever they go. Right? Chaos, disorder, and terror is probably perhaps an adaptive approach for Palestinians in the particular situation that they find themselves in vis-a-vis Israel right now. It doesn't mean that this will be their response to all situations.
Possible for groups, for immigrant groups, but also other groups, not just immigrants. It becomes possible for secessionist groups of different kinds, religious, sectoral, whatever, to say, well, actually, we live here and we have rights here, but we detest the inheritance of this country, and we're going to do whatever we can when it becomes possible to overthrow it and end it. That's what JD is reacting to. He's not reacting to, like, there shouldn't have been Catholic immigrants. That's absurd.
So if you are part of the American white European Christian core, right, you are much more likely to sacrifice and feel patriotic about America than if you're a part of a minority group and you have a strong minority group identity, and all strong in-group identities have an equally strong sense of victimhood. And so if you're black or if you're gay or if you're Jewish, right, you will have, and you strongly identify in that, you will have a strong sense of victimhood. And so you will not identify with America nearly as much as the traditional core majority. And we shouldn't expect that, right? We shouldn't be annoyed or disappointed that different groups act in their own interests and their interests are not identical to our interests.
But isn't the history here a sort of inversion of this? Because this is really helpful, right? I think we're really getting to the core of this. But I look back on American history, and you're saying, well, this is what creates the risk of civil war. Okay, the risk of...
Okay, so that face that you just saw from Yoram Hazony, that's him recognizing that he's not in an interview and that his interlocutor is not putting a premium on truth, but is primarily about partisan point sharing. And if you are in a knife fight, all right, you don't want to be bringing books of poetry. And if you're in a gunfight, you probably shouldn't primarily depend on your knife. And if you're in a running race, all right, you shouldn't dress up in a tuxedo, right? You have to understand the situation and react to the situation that you're in rather than your fantasy of what we should be in. So one of the great advances in my thinking, right, is this concept of hero systems, which I got from Ernest Becker in his great book, The Denial of Death, that our greatest fear is not so much death itself, but of insignificance, that our lives do not matter. And so to counteract this gnawing doubt that our life does not matter, we subscribe to a hero system, which we usually simply take from our community. And our hero system gives meaning and purpose and significance to our lives. Our hero system points the way towards some kind of transcendence of the pettiness of our life. And with every hero system comes a system of epistemic closure. You may notice that no matter what happens, people almost never change their mind, and people almost never change their particular hero system. You can never argue someone out of their hero system. You can never be argued out of your hero system. Why is that? It's because of a concept called epistemic closure, right? So epistemics refers to how do you know what you know, and when you have a hero system, you simultaneously always have not just a sense of victimhood about how your group has been oppressed, the sense that your group is the greatest group in all of the world, and you have a system of epistemic closure. So you are shielded from all arguments that can contradict or undermine your hero system, right? You simply have this shield up. And so this you can call this epistemic closure, that you have a way of interpreting everything that happens. So, for example, if you're Jewish and Jews are successful, you interpret it as God is blessing us. And if Jews are suffering, then you interpret it as God is teaching us a lesson, right? No matter what happens, you have a frame where Jews are God's chosen people, and that whatever happens to Jews is God's will. So with every hero system, there is an interpretive frame that stops all contrary information until your hero system stops working for you. So if you get humiliated often enough with your particular hero system, all right, you will start to look for alternatives, and then you'll become open to contrary points of view. So there's a dominant interpretive frame with regard to the Trump-Putin summit, and that is that Putin has outplayed Trump. And alternative framings, right, Trump shifted the negotiating field, or Trump is extracting concessions, right, these alternative frames are excluded, just as if you are a traditional Christian who believes that Jesus is God and that Jesus died on a cross to save the world from sin, right, all alternative interpretations of these things are excluded. So it's not about truth, it's about agreement, right? Agreement provides stability and authority. So all the prestige news media all closed in around the line that Trump bowed and Putin triumphed. And this stops any debate about U.S. strategic interests or alternative measures of success. Now, the prestige economy is not the same as the merit economy. And most of life is a prestige economy. Right? Most of your life will not be decided on the basis of merit. All right, credibility will largely flow from status, not from telling the truth. You will raise your status not by telling the truth, generally speaking, but by assimilating to the high status position. So reporters and news outlets get legitimacy and status by echoing the consensus of the most high status parts of their profession and the foreign policy establishment. So if you mirror the framing of the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, Financial Times, right, then you ensure that you are serious, that you are in the cool kids club. And if you stray, if you say that Trump is exhibiting leverage over Putin, right, you are seen as unserious and dangerous, right? You will make people in your profession feel uncomfortable. So those with power and prestige to state what is true and what is knowledge, they will proclaim themselves to be neutral, that they are simply pursuers of truth, because that's how they get to keep their prestige, right? If they were open about their partisanship, they would lose their status and prestige. So expertise isn't neutral. Expertise isn't just a matter of truth, right? It is moralized. It is a secularized version of Protestantism. So you sound prestigious when you sound neutral, right? Ezra Klein sounds neutral, right? So the correct stance is to appear neutral, but just because you're neutrally concerned now of Donald Trump and wary of Vladimir Putin. So a completely neutral frame would be talks produced, no public deal, further negotiations planned. But if you say this, right, you'll be whitewashing a dangerous dictator like Vladimir Putin. So the moralized consensus is Trump's eagerness for a deal gave Putin power. That's the only safe stance to take, right? Now, your credibility and your standing as an expert depends on what other experts say about you, right? You have to share trust with the people who get to say what knowledge is and prestige is and expertise is. And so if you deviate from the pack, you will become isolated and you will lose status. So if one major news reporter had written, Trump's gambit could pressure Putin later, right, they would be ridiculed by their peers, by their editors, much safer to stay in harmony with the chorus. Also, what people say and what people mean are frequently different. People rarely say what they mean, and people rarely mean what they say. So Leo Strauss wrote a book on this, and he described the esoteric versus the exoteric. So exoteric means public. So exoterically, the public-facing story here is simple. Putin triumphed, Trump blundered. Esoterically, the inside, unstated insiders may well recognize much more nuance, that Trump's disruptive diplomacy could unsettle old NATO patterns, might create bargaining chips. But these subtler takes don't make print because they will risk your safety, your prestige, your prosperity. And so down through history, people have often, the most famous philosophers and thinkers have often not completely stated what they meant. And instead, they have said things that had both an exoteric meaning, the plain, obvious public meaning, but also an insider, esoteric, secret meaning.
The Civil War was a lot of states that would sign on to everything you're saying did not. Like there was a profound disagreement over whether or not there should be slavery and whether or not the people in this country should have any form of equality. And they tried to secede. It feels like a lot of places that are highly nationalistic are not actually that stable. They become imperialistic, right? That's a lot of Europe in the 20th century. Or the sort of modern, more nationalist.
So the book that I was referencing there by Leo Strauss is called Persecution and the Art of Writing. Right? I would not expect you to write or say things that will cost you what you love. Right? I would expect you to write and say things that will give you more of what you love. And so there's a tremendous sacrifice if you put a premium on telling the truth. And you say that for you, telling the truth is more important than prestige. Right? That is a huge sacrifice. You don't see it in many people. You see it in a Steve Saylor, see it in a Charles Murray, but you see it in a Christopher Caldwell. You don't see it in many people. But even among the most elite, you will see the esoteric meaning that is usually lower down in a story. So the first half of a New York Times story on a controversial issue will tend to echo the company line. But then in the second half of the story, you'll get all these discordant reports that challenge the conventional wisdom. And so when someone says something or writes something or publishes something that is against their interest, they are more likely telling you the truth than if they are simply saying things that are in their interest. So when you take a text, whether it's the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament or the Quran, when there is some admission that goes against the interest of the writers, that goes against the ideological slant of the overall piece of writing, you may well be getting a glimpse into something that was historically true, right? People, if they are willing to sacrifice, right, if they're willing to say things that go against their ideology and their hero system, right, they have to be overwhelmingly compelled by probably a force of truth. So the uniform nature of the news media reaction to the Anchorage summer, it isn't accidental, right? It is a textbook case of how a prestige economy with built-in closure mechanisms produces uniform narratives. And you'll see this at work. You'll see this in your church. You'll see this throughout your life. And what looks like dumb groupthink is really a rational, adaptive outcome of groups trying to maintain esprit de corps, credibility, the neutrality as moral stance, and their status. So 3 key ideas here, right? Singing from the same hymnal. What's going on? It's closure, it's neutrality, it's credibility. right? All communities attempt to close off debate by defining certain questions as already settled. So the divinity of Jesus is a question that is settled in Christian communities. The divinity of the Torah is a question that is settled in Orthodox Jewish communities. The divinity of the Quran is a question that is settled in Islamic communities. So you have a consensus, and then dissenters are cranks. They're painted as extremists or ideologues. They are just not part of us. So you see this with Russiagate. We have all these mainstream experts from the New York Times quickly moving to frame skepticism of these Tulsi-Gabbard claims of a collusion in the Obama administration to try to kneecap Donald Trump, and they will portray these Tulsi-Gabbard claims as irresponsible, partisan. On the other side, MAGA-aligned experts will say that this framing is a partisan hoax. So both sides will attempt to close, right? Different communities will have different standards, and they'll police their boundaries, right? They have different boundaries, but they're both engaging in policing. So you, in the news business, right, and in the expertise business, you have to portray that you are neutral and you are just following the truth. But underneath your neutrality will usually be self-interest and partisanship. So on questions of the genetic role in crime or in intelligence or in 100 different traits, any sort of research is usually denounced as inherently bad, inherently racist, and its defenders will say, we're just neutrally pursuing truth. And Russiagate, it plays out similarly. Mainstream journalists frame their reporting as just neutral truth-seeking. Their opponents see it as partisan warfare in disguise. So be on alert when experts claim neutrality. They're usually lying to you. Be on alert when experts tell you what is right and wrong, because they are usually imputing right and wrong into something where what is right and what is wrong is not obvious. And be on alert how different claims by different people further their own interests. So, for example, I have an incentive not to repeat back to you the perspectives that you'll get elsewhere, particularly in the prestige news media. If all I did was come here and tell you how wonderful the prestige news media was, there would be no reason to come here because I am not contributing any added value. So I have very strong incentives to buy into conspiracy theories and other forms of knowledge, because I just can't repeat back to you what other people do more effectively, right? I have to come with something new. It's in my self-interest to proclaim to you that I have an important insight about what's going on in the world around us.
Right does not feel to me more tolerant and more interested in making sure the bonds between us are strengthened. And so it just feels to me like when you output it to the real world, I sort of understand the argument here, but it doesn't hold together. The idea that we would have a stronger nation on the other side of this vision. This is why I brought up places like California, because I agree that our national identity is at this point stronger than our state identities, but our states are still meaningful to us.
So you may have heard an invocation of a positivistic world. What the heck is that? It's one where knowledge is primarily based on empirically observable and measurable facts, often through scientific methods. It emphasizes objective truth. It's different from just sensory experience. It avoids metaphysical and speculative inquiry. By contrast, in the real world, knowledge is decided by a tiny group of people, and they have a conversation that goes on through time amongst themselves. And if you don't repeat back what those with power to decide what knowledge is in a particular field, you will be ignored.
Us. I can tell you it's meaningful to me. And California has less of that American center that you are describing, that Vice President Vance is describing, than New Hampshire does. Has less of that center than a bunch of older states. It's more diverse. It's more creedal in that way. It's a very successful polity. The people on the right can say what they want, but the reason we debate California is that it matters. It invents the future. It's a remarkable place. It seems like a lot of our history in this country speaks to the value of openness. The success of places like Texas and California speaks to the value of openness, the ability to hold people together at incredible scale. And when we've had secessionary problems, and we've had people, saying elections are, actually trying to storm the Capitol, it's come from people who say that, that they're part of that Anglo-Saxon background that all it's trying to do is hold the country together. There just, to me, is a contradiction in this. If there wasn't, I wouldn't be arguing it with you.
Okay, this is the face of a man who recognizes that he's not talking to someone who's primarily interested in truth, and what was billed as an interview was really a debate. And a debate that was not man-to-man, but a debate where Ezra Klein is going to pretend to neutrality, and he's going to operate more like an academic committee with the power to decide and pronounce on what is truth. So I have often lived my life thinking I was operating within a merit economy when I was really operating within a prestige economy, right? So in academia and in much of life, right, merit and truth do not matter nearly as much as status, right? Power and what is true will largely be decided in life as you experience it through personal networks of status and institutional authority. What counts as knowledge, what counts as news, will be decided by a tiny group of people. Unless you reference that tiny group of people, you will usually be excluded from the conversation. It's a lot easier to succeed in life if you flatter those with power. So the prestige media and the foreign policy establishment and our intelligence agencies, they have status, they have authority, and so their claims tend to dominate even when they're not true. And those who are telling the truth, such as the 2002 invasion of Afghanistan is going to be a disaster, 2003 invasion of Iraq is going to be a disaster, the people who are right about that, their careers didn't benefit, and the people who are wrong, their careers were not harmed. So if you're an outsider, if you're a dissenter, you'll be dismissed even if you're absolutely right, regardless of the power of your arguments. So with regard to Russiagate, right, each side is claiming neutrality, but is operating with its own interests at heart and with its own ideologies, with its own hero system. And each side will police credibility by appealing to its own forms of prestige, right, whether it's mainstream institutions on the left side or the alternative media and alternative institutions on the right side. And what looks like a clash of facts is really a clash of systems of prestige and status. The news media operates in a prestige economy. The academy primarily operates in a prestige economy, not in a truth economy. Right? Journalists at the most prestigious outlets do not compete for accuracy. They compete for status inside their professional subculture. Right? Their real audience is their colleagues, not you. And so what are the dominant ways that this type of thinking reinforces a moronic uniformness? Right? There's the herd instinct of pack journalism. Reporters and academics fear being the odd one out. If you're accused of propounding a conspiracy theory, right, that is a kiss of death for your social standing. So people would usually be rather wrong together than right alone, because in our evolutionary history it was more adaptive to be wrong together in the middle of the herd than to be right but alone. So people naturally respond to narratives more than they respond to facts. Narratives tend to have a moral arc. There are heroes, there are villains, there's progress, there's reaction. Anything that breaks from your preferred story structure, such as Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline, that will get downplayed by the elite media because it is off script. I was just watching a couple of movies on Jewish themes that did not feel good for me because I tend towards a traditional Jewish hero system. And so I was watching Shiva Baby, which is about a young woman, seems to be in her early 20s, who doesn't quite have her life together. And so she is earning her way through a sugar daddy arrangement. She has an arrangement, and then her family coerces her into going to a shiva. She goes to the shiva, and her sugar daddy is there. And her lesbian ex-girlfriend is there, and it gets quite uncomfortable. So these are not traditional problems within traditional Judaism, right? So this was not a narrative that I resonated with, even though there were some amusing and compelling moments, right? I like certain narratives, and I am not comfortable with other narratives. Then saw another Jewish-themed film, Between the Temples, which is about a cantor whose alcoholic wife died, and he's just been thrown for a loop, and he can't sing, he can't perform, but he has two lesbian mothers, and they're big donors to his non-Orthodox temple, so he manages to keep his job. And then along comes his music teacher from 30 years ago who wants to have her bat mitzvah. And this cantor, who appears to be in his late 30s, falls in love with his music teacher who's in her 70s. And he chooses her and praises her and loves her over a gorgeous younger woman. And the two lesbian moms, the choosing love with some woman 40 years older than yourself, it just made me quite uncomfortable, right? Between the Temples was not a pleasing narrative for me. It caused me pain. And when we encounter narratives that cause us pain, we're not likely to hang around long.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, look, I mean, it's a we're looking at a lot of the, it seems like we're looking at overwhelmingly the same set of facts, and we have different frameworks that are that interpret, and that's completely legitimate. And a lot of the issues that, if you ask, like these NatCons, people, for whatever reason, people have this is not you in particular. J.D. Vance has captured America's imagination in good and bad ways, in a lot of ways. But Marco Rubio's been around for a long time. He's also like a superb person, and I'm very, very impressed with the work that he's doing.
So we're all naturally evolved to bow to those who have the power to hurt us. And so we also naturally align towards the charismatic. And I read one book on charisma and broke it down as charisma is the demonstration of power and caring. And so we like it when people with power and status appear to care about us. And so we'll naturally orient towards such charismatic persons. And we all naturally tend towards deferring to authority because that's much more evolutionarily adaptive, because of my own troubled relationship with my father and because I grew up in foster care where I got belted around quite a bit. I have an instinctive rebellion against authority, which is not an adaptive way of going through life. And so elite academic power centers and elite journalism power centers will outsource their judgment to credentialed experts, to those with power and status and prestige, and to studies. And that way they are absolved of personal responsibility because they're just reporting what the experts tell them. And how do you become an expert? And how do you maintain your status as an expert? You get other experts to affirm that you are an expert, right? Much of getting a PhD is demonstrating appropriate levels of deference to the people who have the power to grant you your doctorate. Ronnie Goodman got into trouble at Stanford Law University because he did not demonstrate sufficient deference to the people who could advance his academic career. We all will naturally tend to fear offending the people who are most important to us, and businesses will fear unnecessarily offending their customers, and elite news brands, right? They sell a lifestyle to a particular demographic that's college educated, that's urban, that's liberal, and that's left wing. Right? There isn't much of a news media for the working class, and to the extent that the news media puts out a product that meets the needs of the working class, it will have low prestige. So talking Fox News, Joe Rogan, and that similar ilk. So anything that jars that particular identity of your key audience will normally be filtered out from a news outlet. So if you display truths that offend your subscriber base, that is really bad for business, it's bad for status, it's bad for your career, and it's bad for your friendships with your peers. So people want to look professional and prestigious. And so the way that you maintain that look is by siding with those who have power and status and prestige. Right? Prestige flows from being cited by the right people, being supported by the right people, being considered part of the cool crowd. So think of Jews as Jews. Think of news as a prestige economy, not as a marketplace of ideas. So here are some dominant, dumb ways of thinking in elite news, and I'm generally quite happy. I generally feel like I get my money's worth from subscribing to Apple News Plus and paying $186 a year to subscribe to the Financial Times, and I subscribe to the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the New York Review of Books, the London Review of Books, the Wall Street Journal. These are all left-of-center outlets. And I generally feel like for an hour a day, I generally get my money's worth, but I'm continually gobsmacked by the dumb framing for many stories that I encounter in these outlets. So what the heck is happening here, right? We've got the pack journalism, the herd instinct. So if the pack frames an idea as a conspiracy, few will break ranks. So you had a dominant early dismissal of the COVID lab leak hypothesis, then followed by a very quiet walk back when official assessments shifted. We have narrative discipline, where off-script facts get sanded down. Stories will tend to be written and published to reinforce a moral arc with good guys and bad guys, and dissonant facts will be minimized until the dam bursts. So concerns about Joe Biden's age were at the front of conservative news media in America between 1919 and 1924, but they were soft-pedaled by the mainstream media. Then that flipped after the June 27-24 debate, because then the elite news media saw that Joe Biden was a threat to the dominant left-of-center consensus, that his senility made it much more likely for Donald Trump to get elected, and so there was a widespread panic about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. And I remember Nicole Wallace at MSNBC, right, former minder for Sarah Palin, former Republican operative, would say, it's not our job to tell people what to see and hear. Right, that was her on-air post-debate line, capturing the moment where she didn't want to admit that she and her colleagues had been lying and covering up for Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline. And we all naturally tend to defer to people with power and authority. We tend to outsource our judgment. We tend to just follow the experts. Right? We had that 2020 letter from 51 former intelligence officials suggesting that the Hunter Biden laptop had the classic earmarks of a Russian operation. Right? Very careful language so that they could propound something that was a lie without necessarily explicitly lying.
And his presence on the American stage. But even though he's somebody who, he was part of the much more liberal Republican Party for a long time. And now people are accusing him of being, like the executioner for doing things like checking the free speech, restricting the free speech of people, of immigrants or people on student visas, and punishing them if they say the wrong thing. Now, I think that, I think from a liberal perspective that's a completely legitimate description of what's going on. But I don't think that that Secretary of State Rubio, from his perspective, that's what he thinks. What he thinks is that.
So my friend Elliot Blatt says that Marc Halperin on his Next Up podcast interviewed Joe Scarborough. It lasted about 50 minutes. I lasted about 15 minutes into it. Elliot says I couldn't watch it. And why was it uncomfortable for right-wing people such as myself or Elliot Blatt to listen to the Joe Scarborough interview? Because the narrative is not pleasing to our particular hero system, right? It was a much more left-of-center narrative, and it was just not congenial, right? It was an unpleasant narrative because we didn't share the same conception of good guys and bad guys. It will be unpleasant to hear certain narratives. Whatever your hero system is, any narrative that differs from your hero system is going to be painful to listen to. Unless perhaps your hero system is the pursuit of truth, then it'll be easier to hear these contrary points of view. And so I'd like to think that the pursuit of truth is a key part of my hero system. Look, this politics stuff is getting old. Get a hobby. Go back to sports reporting. Learn to play Australian rules football. Well, I am excited about this topic. You might not be excited about this topic. I'm excited. And so one of the things that I love is getting up at 3 a.m. when I've had sufficient sleep that I'm not tired, having a rare cup of coffee, and just diving into books and articles and ideas that I'm passionate about. It's a source of energy. It's a hobby. It's a joy. It's a diversion. It's a thrill. It brings a sense of excitement. If I can pull together some blog posts or notes that I use in a live stream, it fills me up inside. So different strokes for different folks. And I'm just about to tell you words that will forever change your life. But I got to find them first.
The general over-openness, not the fact that there is openness, but the fact that the openness has gotten to such a point that that political movements, in particular, they're focusing on political movements from.
So I walk around with a huge amount of anxiety. And if someone taps me on the back, right, someone comes up behind me, I jump, I swear, like my system just goes, whoa! And I like anything that reduces my anxiety. And so when I encounter things that are dumb and stupid and seemingly irrational, I find it very calming and soothing for my system to get clarity on what's happening. So I love the research that I did for developing today's live stream because it brought me clarity, and clarity brings me peace of mind. So remember Liberation Day? Remember the universal media derision after Liberation Day? Then Trump made a bunch of trade deals that might work out well for America. And I'm not here to argue that Trump is great. I'm not here to argue that Trump is doing the right thing on trade. I'm here to argue that universal derision is likely not the most truth-optimizing perspective on this discussion. A few weeks after Liberation Day, we had the Congressional Budget Office saying that Trump's tariffs might bring in about $2.8 trillion to the U.S. Treasury over the next decade. And I noticed that the news media coverage of Trump's trade policy has changed, right? It's no longer treated with universal derision. So I'm curious, has the mainstream media learned anything? Has it shown any humility? Right? Why is there such a profound mismatch between the messiness and uncertainty of reality and the universal derision and certainty projected by our elites? Right? So at the beginning of Trump's tariffs, there's universal derision. Every prestigious outlet uniformly mocked and dismissed Trump's tariffs as misguided, ignorant, doomed. New York Times called them economic folly. The Washington Post said Trump's trade war will backfire. The Financial Times said Trump risked wrecking the global system. The consensus was total. Tariffs were obviously bad. So what unfolded? Trump's tariffs have hurt some parts of our economy. Trump's tariffs have triggered retaliation. They have shifted trade flows. They have forced renegotiations. They have increased tariff revenue. The Biden administration kept virtually all of Trump's tariffs in place, suggesting that they were not as absurd as initially portrayed. So did we notice much humility from the mainstream media? No. Right? Coverage after the fact buried and downplayed the revenue, the renegotiations. Instead, it continually shifts onto who is harmed by Trump's policies. Maybe it's farmers or global supply chains, right? Biden retains Trump's tariffs, and the story is now reframed as strategic competition with China, not Trump might have had a point. So instead of humility, most outlets re-narrate the policy as part of a different legitimacy frame. So the media and the elite and the experts engaged in epistemic closure early. They declared Trump's tariffs ideas unserious and stupid and ignorant and completely outside of the realm of legitimate debate. And Nathan Coffness asked me a very good question when we were arguing about this on X a couple months ago. He said, why is it that the economists universally regard Trump's tariffs as a bad idea? And I didn't have the answer then, but I've got it now. The answer is that economics focuses on mathematical equations, and much of trade policy cannot be accurately mathematized. Right? Reality is usually more complicated than our narratives, whether the narratives are coming from our hero system or a different hero system. So when the facts complicate the dominant media narrative, instead of examining their hero system, their epistemic closure, they will simply shift the frame. So it's China competition, it's Biden continuity to try to preserve their credibility.
In the Middle East, which you can agree with or disagree with, but the principle of his saying we don't want the violence and the values of radical Middle Eastern political movements, and so we're going to use the powers that the law allows us in order to reduce that. I mean, he's not saying if you're a Muslim you can't be a loyal American.
This is the NatCon project in America. It's to rebuild a dominant center. The people may not like it, but the view is that
one group in reality will control a territory, and its norms will rule in that particular territory. And territory can only be controlled by an implicit or explicit threat of violence, and that will always take men. Right? Control of territory always comes down to men. And the male willingness to stand up to protect the dominance of a particular set of norms in a particular territory. So in Australia, Australian men stood up and said, immigrant grooming gangs are unacceptable. In the north part of the United Kingdom, British men did not stand up. So as a result, thousands of British women were raped by immigrant grooming gangs, while in Australia, that did not happen. In Australia, the men stood up. In Britain's north, the men did not stand up. When men stand up, standing up only makes sense if you are willing to commit violence to protect what you're standing up for. God forbid. Right? As an Orthodox Jew, you can say anything as long as you just follow it with God forbid.
That is what keeps a country strong.
Yes. And that in the end, and I understand you'll say, come on, Yoram, when is the end? But the argument is that in the end, the discipline of strengthening the center will be able to make the country confident and tolerant. That is a characteristic only of countries that have a strong center.
And how about those of us who look at this and say, we weren't having a problem being confident and tolerant under Barack Obama?
So tolerance is all well and good, but tolerance is a matter of circumstance, situation, and towards whom. But it is an adaptive strategy to be tolerant towards those who are fundamentally on your side. Probably a maladaptive strategy to be excessively tolerant to those who wish to kill you. All right? Those who wish to unseat you from power. Probably not a great idea to be tolerant of those who are intolerant of you. So liberals say many beautiful things about tolerant, but they're fundamentally intolerant towards those who want to remove them from power, which would make sense. Now, I'm reading a great book on industrial policy. It's called Industrial Policy for the United States, Winning the Competition for Good Jobs and High-Value Industries. And early on in this book, I got an answer to Nathan Kofness's question, why is it that economists universally support free trade and regard tariffs as dumb? So economists also universally oppose industrial policy. And why, right? And you have to put everything in its genre. Economics has useful contributions to make in some areas, but it's not so useful in other areas. All right. Economics, as an academic discipline, is good at understanding things that you can mathematically model, such as price setting in a freely competitive market. economics as a discipline doesn't have much insight to give us into business organization, management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, the origins of technology, product design, trade policy making by governments, the balance of power between nation states, product design, right? Economics just doesn't have much to contribute. So you would not want to hire me to check the engines before the plane takes off, right? I don't have much to contribute in that genre. On the other hand, there are other genres where I'm useful. So things like business organization, management, corporate strategy, research development, engineering, creating technology, product design, trade policy, right? These are not things that reduce to equations, but they are central to how the world works, right? What drives trade is not easily reduced to mathematical equations, and thus the academic discipline of economics does not have much to contribute. And there are many fields that do mathematize well, right? Finance and international trade, but the oversimplifications that are required to put these fields into mathematical equations leads to false conclusions. So not everything that sounds good, not everything that has beautiful words behind it is true. So do you optimize for that which sounds good or for that which works?
If 2 percentage points of the vote had gone the other way in swing states, Harris would be in charge. And my view is not that the country would have dissolved, nor that we did not have the confidence to figure out an immigration compromise, right? People were working on that in 2023 and 2024. That it's you all who don't have the confidence and tolerance. This is why I keep bringing up places like California, or for that matter, New York City, where we are, that we're not having a problem. These are, I mean, they have places with problems, but I would take our problems over the problems of a lot of other places. That this is you keep saying that this is necessary, but to a lot of us, we come from places that are beautiful and strong and successful and do not seem to be hurting so badly without this much more defined Anglo-Saxon center and this vision that we need a much higher level of compatibility than we currently have of the people coming here, that just put us in charge. We're fine with it.
Right. Right. I understand. I think that the question, which is completely reasonable, the question of NatCons are being pretty aggressive in government. Is it possible that they can actually be tolerant? Like, let's say that they win. Like, say they keep winning. Will they actually be tolerant? Now, obviously, listen, that kind of crystal ball prediction, I don't want to promise anything about what's going to be in 50 years. Like, I don't know the answer, and I don't think anybody does. But let me just say, as eyeballing it, that if Trump and Vance and Rubio, and Pete Hegseth and their 30 closest, allies and advisors, if they were in charge of America for the next 12 years.
So I only discovered the beauties of AI about 2 months ago, but I can't stop talking about it, and it alienates a lot of people. People have really strong feelings about AI, and the dominant public reaction to AI is negative, and there is abundant reason to believe that we're going to get a lot more negative conversation about AI in the weeks and months ahead, right? The release of ChatGPT 5 was quite underwhelming. There's just more and more negative news about AI, and it's humiliating to me, right? How many people I have rubbed the wrong way with my enthusiasm about AI. But AI, like other topics, right, it comes down to your frame. Right, 2 men looked out from prison bars at AI, and one saw mud and the other saw stars. So I've got a friend, let's call him Elliot Blatt. Right, Elliot Blatt has tried AI, and he has been disappointed 78 times. No, he's been disappointed 109 times. Right? 109 times the AI has let him down. And so Elliot Blatt is a little bit, my friend Elliot Blatt, we're just going to call him Elliot Blatt, he's a little bit more on the skeptical side with regard to AI than I am. Now, I spent probably I feel like I spent over 300 hours in the past 2 months playing with AI. Like, I spend much of my weekends educating the AI. Do you realize how much work I had to put into educating ChatGPT to help me produce the startling clarity that I delivered in the first 1 hour and 15 minutes of this show? I devote much of my spare time to refining Grok and ChatGPT and Gemini. I'm just trying to show them the truth, trying to gently guide them towards the path of truth and integrity. It's a difficult, demanding job, but someone's got to do it. And I've not just been let down by AI 109 times. I feel like I've been let down by AI 218 times. But overall, I am quite sunny and optimistic about AI, while most Americans are quite pessimistic about AI. And I think attitudes towards AI are primarily a reflection of people. Right? Your attitude towards AI is a Rorschach test. So I generally have a happy, optimistic, chipper attitude towards life. And I generally have a happy, optimistic, chipper attitude towards AI. When Joe Biden was elected, I was sad for a couple of days, and then I had a chipper, happy, optimistic perspective on life going forward under Joe Biden. So I tend to look for the positive in everything. And so even though AI has let me down on countless occasions, I don't focus on that. I focus on where it's been useful. So it's often useful at digesting words, documents, and zeroing in on certain things that I want to extract. So AI will often, for example, find flaws and errors in my writing that more effectively than I find them in myself. And so I focus on the chipper part of AI, and other people like an Elliot Blatt, they may well focus more on the demonstrations of AI that let them down. So AI, like me, like you, is good at some tasks, not so good at other tasks. And so if you use me appropriately, if you use music appropriately, if you use your iPhone appropriately to serve you, then these are all good things, but you can abuse anything, including water. You can drink too much water, and you can use AI in a dysfunctional fashion. But your attitude towards AI is not primarily about AI, it's primarily about you, right? It reveals your existing temperament. And as is about my favorite topic these days, I was not happy to read the most prestigious columnist in the world, Janan Ganesh, writing a column, his latest column called Stop Talking About AI, the discourse on the discourse. Bro, this is my favorite topic. How dare you tell me to stop talking about AI? But he had some good things to say at the conclusion of his column. He says that your attitude towards AI reveals your temperament. Right? The people who think AI will be seismic and disastrous are highly strong. The ones who think that AI will be seismic and life-improving are chipper and prone to believing in things, such as Tony Blair. So I am a serial enthusiast, right? I keep falling in love with new things to get enthusiastic about, and then often moving on. I am an intellectual gigolo, right? I fall in love with pretty beautiful new ideas on a regular basis, but ultimately stay loyal to very few. So those who doubt that AI will be seismic are people like this columnist, who are pretty even-keeled to the point of complacency. The AI hubbub goes on and on all about us because in the end it is about us.
Then I think that they would, in the end, succeed in convincing a lot of people, I don't know if you, but maybe you, succeed in convincing a lot of people, not that all their values are correct, but that there are people who are they look for tolerance. They're capable of it. They want to build an America that's tolerant and that not everybody has to accept.
The way they are acting now to you is evidence of tolerance.
No, the way they're acting now to me is the evidence of the opposite. It's the evidence of an extreme resentment and horror at a Republican Party that had become politically inactive and inert over an entire generation.
So they have to use the power of the state in what I would call an intolerant way to rebuild the center in order to rebuild the national strength.
Every living organism is going to be intolerant of that which threatens it. Why is that so difficult to understand?
Such that we can be tolerant again.
That's what they think they're doing. Yes, they are thinking that if you take aggressive actions to.
So I just got this idea about prestige and the prestige economy and the different types of economy. I just got clarity on that this morning. So I was talking to ChatGPT, and I think it's worth getting clarity on how much of your life is spent in the prestige economy and what are the other dominant economies. So the more prestigious your job, say you're a university professor or you're a network news anchor, the more vulnerable you are to cancellation for CrimethInc. Right? The professor and the elite journalist primarily work in a prestige economy. The businessman and the athlete will primarily work in a merit economy. So how many economies are there? Which ones dominate your life? So first of all, there is the prestige economy, where things are determined on the basis of prestige and status. Right? What matters is recognition, reputation, who praises you, who includes you, where you're published, who you are seen with. And this economy dominates academia, journalism, arts, fashion, politics, social media. Right? Value is conferred by peers and gatekeepers. You succeed by being recognized as important, not necessarily on the basis of merit. And the downside is this produces herd thinking, echo chambers, and fear of deviating from consensus. Then there is the performance-based merit economy, where what primarily matters is outcomes, skills, outputs, results. Right? This is the economy that dominates engineering, many parts of business, sports, medicine. So value comes from a demonstrated ability, a demonstrated productivity. You win the race. You design the bridge that stands. Downside, merit measures can often be gamed, and many forms of merit are not measurable. There is the money economy, where what matters is money, purchasing power, price signals capital. This dominates commerce, labor markets, investment, finance. Right? Value is set by supply and demand. And money and wealth don't always align with wisdom, merit, and talent. There's the bureaucratic economy. This is the one that really annoyed me, right? Where what primarily matters is compliance, seniority, credentials, ticking the right boxes, right? Coloring within the lines. Right? Women tend to succeed more in this economy. Right? Men succeed more in a merit economy. Women succeed more in a bureaucratic economy and a prestige economy. So what matters is compliance, seniority, credentials, ticking the right boxes. This dominates government, corporations, big corporations, military, HR departments. You advance by following the rules, by meeting the formal criteria, and going along to get along. Right? Downside is this produces box ticking over substance, tends to be sclerotic. Then there is the moral economy, where what matters is righteousness, virtue, altruism, adherence to shared values. This tends to dominate in religion, in activism, and many communities. So esteem and trust are granted for being good, for being selfless, for contributing to the group. Downside, often virtue signaling substitutes for merit, effectiveness, and there are purity spirals. There is the attention economy, where what matters most is eyeballs, clicks, followers, and virality. This dominates social media, entertainment, politics. So value flows to whoever can grab and hold attention regardless of merit or truth or depth. Downside, this incentivizes a lot of antisocial conduct. It incentivizes outrage, spectacle, and simplicity, and pleasing narratives over truth, merit, and substance. So I've been learning that one important part of on-camera presentation is making sure that at least 70% of the time you are maintaining direct eye contact with the camera. But when you're doing 5-hour live streams, that's not easy. Now, in real life, all these different economies overlap. Right? A professor is judged partly on merit, partly on the quality of his research, partly on prestige, partly on how well he operates within a bureaucracy and the rules of tenure, and partly on his part in the attention economy, this social media.
To halt immigration and decrease the size of the illegal immigrant population, as an example, you take aggressive actions to halt the hemorrhaging of American industry to other countries and reverse it through aggressive trade negotiations. That's another example. You take aggressive action to withdraw primary American.
So which economy dominates your life? Is it primarily about righteousness? Is it primarily about prestige? Primarily about merit? So academia, right? 5 out of 5 for prestige, right? The prestige economy dominates academia. Merit, moderate. Money, not much. Bureaucracy, a great deal, right? You need to tick the boxes to succeed in the bureaucracy of academia. Morality, somewhat. Attention, somewhat. In business, prestige doesn't matter that much, but merit matters a great deal. Money matters a great deal. Ticking boxes matters mildly. Morality matters hardly at all. And getting attention doesn't matter much. If you want to succeed in government, right, prestige matters moderately. Merit matters even less. Money matters moderately. Following bureaucratic rules, 5 out of 5. Morality, Attention, You want to succeed in journalism? It's primarily a matter of your success in the prestige economy. Merit doesn't matter as much. Money doesn't matter as much. Following bureaucratic rules matters moderately. Morality, fitting in with the dominant hero system, matters moderately. Commanding attention matters a great deal. In sports, it's primarily about merit. In religion, right, it's primarily about operating within the particular moral hero system of your group. In tech and engineering, primarily about merit. That's what's dominant. So academia, it's primarily about prestige and bureaucracy. Succeeding in media is primarily about grabbing attention and developing prestige. Succeeding in government is following bureaucratic rules and gaining prestige. Business is about money and merit. Sports, pure merit with a little bit of money and attention. Religion is about morality. And engineering, primarily about merit. So the different economies are constantly interacting and distorting each other. So think about the clash between prestige and merit. Right? Often prestige will overshadow real ability. Right? Carl Sagan had prestige as an astronomer with the general public. He didn't have prestige with his peers. Right? A Harvard degree will often be more valued than those with real skill and merit. So in the world of academia, citation counts and institutional prestige will often count more than the merit of your work. Money can buy prestige, and prestige can inflate financial value. You have merit versus bureaucracy. Bureaucratic rules will often block recognition of real talent, and many meritocratic exams and tests can be gained. Attention versus merit, right? Viral fame will often eclipse competence and merit. Influencers might get millions of followers and a ton of money, while more important and talented and more truthful creators will be ignored. Right? Moral appeals can be monetized. You can turn causes into brands. And high prestige actors may well chase attention and dilute their prestige. And attention seekers may borrow prestige through associating with those who have prestige. So our life will run on a mix of these different economies. But when one dominates, such as attention or money, it will tend to distort the others. So elite media, elite academia, elite politics will tend to sound uniform because all of these domains are trapped in overlapping prestige first, attention second, bureaucratic loops third. Right? These three sectors leave little room often for merit and the seeking of truth.
responsibility for security arrangements in Europe, the Middle East, South Asia, and put other people who are allies of ours in charge. If you just take those three things, and I hope one day you'll get to interview President Trump yourself, but my guess is that he would tell you, if we can do these three things, okay, then we'll be so much stronger, and then we'll be able to get to other things. And he would say, then.
So the chat accurately notes that I don't look at the cam very much, but I have had some success for the first time that I remember when I watched back at least the beginning of last week's stream. It was the first time that I was able to watch myself back on a live stream with the sound off, and it kept my attention. Because I've been watching videos from Alexander, the creator, talking about how to be more effective in your on-camera presentation. And one of his tips was to get emotionally centered and connected to what you're talking about before you go live. And so I put more time and attention last week and this week in attaching and connecting to what I want to talk about. And so centering on what I want to talk about, and then that comes through on my face, and my thoughts and my internal processes will flow through my face, which will make it more interesting to look at. So this is a test that I first heard about in, I think, Roger Ailes' book, You Are the Message. And he would be paid to consult on various local news anchors, and his number one test was to watch them with the sound off. And if they kept his attention while the sound was off, right, that was someone who had talent, who was compelling. And how do you keep that attention? You connect so that what you're saying is coming from your core, coming from your soul, coming from your heart, and then it ripples across your face. I tend to be quite emotionally disconnected, I think, from growing up in foster care and having the heck kicked out of me quite a bit. I learned to disconnect from my emotions, and so that's why I'm usually disconnected from the words I'm saying, which is why if you were to watch me with the sound off, it is not compelling, as opposed to, say, a Tucker Carlson or a David Frost or some master communicator. Megyn Kelly's pretty damn good.
Daily podcast, which I often listen to. And they had finally gotten around to covering all of the Russiagate revelations that we've been doing on this show for weeks. Host Michael Barbaro brought on the New York.
So she's talking about the New York Times daily podcast, which I rarely listen to, but YouTube keeps pushing it on me.
Times investigative reporter Michael Schmidt. I thought this is going to be really interesting because he is the reporter that we've learned James Comey used for leaks through his Columbia law professor friend, Comey.
So the chat says that I maintain eye contact more when I'm lifting weights. I think most people, when they're doing hard thinking, they tend to look up and away. I think I read that in one of the Tony Robbins self-help books, Unlimited Power. But when I like doing hard thinking, I often have to close my eyes or I look up and away. And so the more demanding your cognitive labor, perhaps then the more challenging it is to maintain eye contact. Right? I need all of my resources to do this cognitive labor, and so then I leave you alone and bereft emotionally. I'm not maintaining my bond.
Comey used his Columbia law professor friends to leak to Michael Schmidt. And I remembered that Schmidt won a Pulitzer Prize for his Russiagate reporting. So I thought, okay, they've got a few things to acknowledge up front, and then let's hear what he has to say about all this stuff. Of course, shockingly, the Times did not acknowledge any of that in its episode. None of it. That he is personally involved in the controversy, that he is part of it because the media, acting like lapdogs, taking what we now know was flimsy at best and, let's face it, false intelligence, and slapping it on the pages of their magazines and newspapers without checking in an effort to smear Donald Trump is one of the biggest media scandals of all time. And I would think if you're running the Times and the Daily, Schmidt is probably realistically the last person you would want to platform as the expert on this, given the fact that he's personally coming under fire daily on the podcasts and the websites that are actually bothering to cover this new scandal. But no, they play.
So I want to move beyond outrage, right? I want to move towards understanding, right? Why does the prestige news media sound dumb and uniform at times, right? What are the incentives driving this? So think about the mainstream media's denial of Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline, right? Elite outlets like the New York Times, the Washington Post prize their elite standing. I could not find one academic who'd published on Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline. All the academics who published on Joe Biden's mental status prior to the disastrous June 27, 2024 debate with Trump, every single academic I could find only spoke in favor of Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Well, the reason that the prestige news media ignored this story is that admitting the obvious, admitting Joe Biden's decline, would have risked sounding like a right-winger. They would have echoed conservative talking points, which would lower their standing in the left-of-centage prestige hierarchy of journalism. Stories affirming Joe Biden's competence were rewarded in the elite news media with clicks from their loyal base. Dissenting voices alienated the customer. Newsrooms have norms. They have bureaucracies. They have editors, standards desks, right? And deviating from "he's fine" line meant risking your career inside the institution. And so as a result, you had groupthink. You had a uniform narrative: Joe Biden is sharp, best Biden ever, until the obvious made denial impossible. Think about the universal derision given to Trump's trade policy, right? All the prestigious economists say free trade is settled orthodoxy, and journalists mirror that prestige consensus, right? They don't want to re-examine assumptions. So in a merit economy, actual outcomes such as tariff revenue, renegotiated trade deals, resilience arguments, balance of power arguments would not be ignored. But because these parts of reality that challenged the conventional wisdom conflicted with what was the prestigious thing to say, the news media initially ignored these things. In the attention economy, Trump is a fool drives traffic for the prestige media, and it drives subscribers because it meets the narrative expectations of customers. So nuanced analysis that tariffs could raise $3 trillion in revenue over a decade, according to the Congressional Budget Office, is buried. So the result, a uniform ridicule, till later when reality broke through, when outcomes became much more complicated and you have a more nuanced treatment from the news media. So neither story was primarily about truth. You had a dumb uniformity stemming from overlapping economies of prestige, the status within the profession, attention, traffic and audience loyalty, and bureaucracy fulfilling institutional norms. So when these things dominate, truth and reality get filtered out until they can no longer be ignored. When there would be news articles about me, journalists would often complain, why are you giving him any attention? I would only get grudging attention from journalists when the importance of the stories that I was publishing were too great to be ignored anymore. But they loathed me because I was not a member of their club. I didn't follow their hero system. And there are aspects of me that are easy to dislike. So we get this epistemic closure with boundary setting. We get skepticism about Russiagate collusion. Right? If you buy into that story at all, you are unserious, you're a right-wing partisan, and you are outside the pale. So that's why there is a single uniform prestige reaction to Tulsi Gabbard's accusations of Russiagate. All right, we have the high-status news media outlets aligning with the high-status security state experts, defining what is respectable. And if you want to stay prestigious and respectable, you have to echo what your social betters say. And if you are neutral, right, you are carrying water for the enemy. Right, the safest moral stance is to assume the worst about Trump-Putin links. right? Newsroom norms, business norms, status and prestige norms reward sticking to the herd elite media consensus about Trump and Putin colluding. And there are all these incentives in the attention economy to favor dramatic good guy, bad guy, Watergate scale narrative arcs. Right? Nuanced stories underperform compared to these more spectacular stories. So the epistemic closure comes first, right? The narrative is settled. Then the prestige economy enforces this settled narrative. And then the bureaucracy keeps the particular narrative intact, even though it's not true. When later documents complicate the original frame of Trump, Russia, Putin collusion that rigged the 2016 election, then the story becomes reframed rather than retracted to preserve the credibility of those with the most prestige. So you may think that life, particularly intellectual life, should run on a merit, right? Each discovery is like a brick in the wall of cumulative knowledge. It's neat, it's impersonal. That's what the positivists such as Comte wanted to believe in. Knowledge is just an ever-growing model that nobody can dispute once the facts are in. But in practice, life, the academy, the news, culture, journalism runs on prestige. Knowledge isn't simply added up. It is negotiated. It is policed. It is decreed by those who hold authority, credibility, and status. And knowledge is that which a tiny number of people in an area decide is knowledge. So the academy, the university runs almost entirely on this basis. Journals, tenure committees, funding agencies, disciplinary boundaries decide what is knowledge. Prestige hierarchies matter far more than raw truth.
Platformed him like he was truly a trustworthy, the trustworthy, one might say, expert on Wednesday, and once again misled their audience about everything on this scandal. Here he is on a different broadcast. This is over on MSNBC, and he decided the podcast was just so good, he needed to go on MSNBC to promote it, and he chose to do that on the show of his wife, Nicole Wallace, who's an MSNBC anchor, who committed yet another sin of journalism by not acknowledging her relationship, i.e. her marriage with her guest, to her guest, at any point.
Gabbard or CIA Director Ratcliffe or Kash Patel, they go out and they make these massive claims that they say truly unlock the Russia conspiracy. And, you know, they're hoping, apparently, at least it looks like that their supporters aren't going to go and read the actual materials that they're putting out. But when you read them and study them and look at them, they're not what they claim to be. But at the same time, they're making massive claims, Tulsi Gabbard making claims of treasonous criminality by Obama and his intelligence community officials, but not doing that based on anything that really moves the ball in terms of proving that conspiracy.
Okay. Well, unfortunately for Mike Schmidt and Nicole Wallace, we did read all the documents, and so have our guests, and we're going to take a deep dive today to fact check everything he got wrong on The Daily, which is the most watched news podcast in the country. I mean, this is absolute negligence.
So the people who, by and large, share my hero system with regard to politics and power, they're by and large big Douglas Murray fans. And I'm often talking about current events, and my interlocutor will say, I read the latest Douglas Murray book. Now, I agree with Douglas Murray about virtually everything. And at the same time, I recognize he's a partisan hack, right? He just says the same predictable things that are quite right wing, and he optimizes for success, but he doesn't optimize for truth. It's like when I hear someone quoting Malcolm Gladwell, right? I mean, Douglas Murray, Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager. I mean, these people are on my side of the political spectrum, but these are not people who optimize for truth. And so I usually open my big trap and I say, yeah, I agree with Douglas Murray about virtually everything, but he is a partisan hack, right? He's a propagandist. He's a propagandist for our side, and I guess that's great. But it just feels like a waste of time to discuss something that Douglas Murray has said. And I have an identical reaction to Michael Schellenberger, who's coming up on this piece. He's just a partisan hack. He's a right-wing propagandist, and I guess I agree with him about most things, but he's not somebody I can respect.
By the New York Times. Joining me now, Michael Schellenberger, founder of the Public News Substack.
No. Oh, God. Make it stop. Make it stop.
All about the original government investigation into Trump and Russia, dating back to the 2016 campaign. I think we need to go back to that investigation, which I know you covered very closely. Just remind us of the very basics of that investigation and its conclusions and why the Trump administration.
Right, there is pornography that will make you feel good, but it may have some negative after effects. All right, Douglas Murray is political pornography that will make you feel good if you share his politics. He says things in very pleasing ways, but it's shallow. It's propaganda. It's porn. It's hate porn. It's there. It's like, I know these smart people in my life who love Malcolm Gladwell books. They love Douglas Murray books. And they venerate Dennis Prager. It's just so shallow. I mean, if they could just say, look, I love this particular type of hate porn, Dennis Prager, Douglas Murray, Michael Schellenberger. Okay, like, if you can just face the genre for what it is. But when you treat these people as optimizing for truth, it's, Douglas Murray produces interesting arguments and takes, and he touches topics. Yes, he's a fighter on our side. Ben Shapiro is a fighter on our side. Douglas Murray has balls, but it's still partisan schlock most of the time. It's just pretentious propaganda. Oh, the epistemics, bro. The epistemics are not what they could be.
Remains so fixated on it.
In the aftermath of Trump winning the 2016 election, it was widely understood that Russia had meddled in the campaign. Obama, faced with that reality, ordered his intelligence community to conduct an assessment, essentially a determination, to understand what Russia had done and why.
So, obviously, many different nations and interest groups have interfered with our elections, just like the United States interferes with many elections overseas. So I'm sure Russia did interfere with our 2016 election, but there never, ever, 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 ever was evidence that the Russian intervention was decisive in the 2016 election result. Right? That was always nonsense. I would always get a headache when I tried to read coverage of Russiagate in 2016, 2017, 2018. Okay, so the Academy runs almost entirely on prestige. The elite news media and elite discourse runs entirely on the basis of the prestige economy. Law and politics, right? Courts and legislative bodies, these are conversation arenas where closure happens not because of truth, but because of prestige, right? Who's got the power and the prestige? So a court will rule that O.J. Simpson is not guilty criminally of committing murder, even though he clearly committed murder. And in everyday life, right, reputations and power and status do not accrue primarily on the basis of who tells the truth. So merit dominates in only a few sectors of life, such as athletics, and where the feedback from reality is brutal and immediate. Right? If the feedback from reality is not brutal and it is not immediate, such as in engineering or in surgery or in competitive sports, right, then you probably don't have a domain that is determined by merit. So if a bridge collapses, no amount of prestige will save you. But prestige will often shape who gets to build the bridge in the first place. So most of life occurs within a prestige economy. But there are pockets of the merit economy whenever there is brutal and immediate feedback. So there's an interesting new book called Breakneck, China's Quest to Engineer the Future. And I love this one analogy, or this one insight. China runs as an engineering state that excels at construction. The U.S. is a lawyer society that favors obstruction. So by 2020, all 9 members of the Chinese Politburo had trained as engineers. Right? The U.S. is a government of lawyers, by the lawyers, and for the lawyers.
Why it had done it. The intelligence community comes to a series of conclusions, which they lay out in a document that was released in the final days of the Obama administration, just before Trump was about to take over. And they find that Putin tried to hurt Hillary Clinton and help Donald Trump while undermining America's democracy.
Okay, guys. Here's my own observation on this, and then I'll get you guys to weigh in. Faced with the reality that was widely understood that Russia had meddled in the campaign, right? Like, already just assumes facts, not in evidence, right? Like everyone knew that the Russians had interfered, and faced with this very difficult reality, Obama really had no choice but to order an investigation, to order an assessment.
Now, I've spent way too much of my life listening to pundits. That's why you hear so much ick when I now think about pundits, because I listen way too much to pundits rather than people who know what they're talking about. And pundits succeed by peddling a product that makes their supporters feel good, right? By peddling pleasing narratives. And now, as penance, I am calling out the promotion of feel-good narratives as opposed to the pursuit of truth. And to the extent that I have something to contribute here, it's because I accept my own insignificance and I don't maladaptively war against it, right? Enlightenment means accepting our own insignificance. If I died today, a dozen people would be devastated and a few hundred people would be sad. But we're usually quite insignificant, except for a tiny number of people if we're lucky enough to have connections to family and friends. So to whatever extent I have anything to contribute to public discourse, it's because I recognize my own insignificance. I don't distort reality in the pursuit of trying to portray myself as, more prestigious and important than I am.
A determination to understand what Russia had done, which is not at all what actually went down. And then to talk about it as they reached a series of conclusions and they lay them out in a document. No, it doesn't cover any of the infirmities underlying those conclusions, nor the intentional manipulation, Aaron, that Obama did to try to make sure this whole process reached a certain conclusion, with, in particular, the before and after of what the intel community we now know was about to tell him on Russia, then his involvement, then the complete change in what was actually reported. None of that in Michael Schmidt's summary of what we're about to hear.
Correct. He's just following the Russiagate playbook when it comes to how the court.
I don't know enough to tell you which side of the Russiagate scandal is correct. I'm just interested in the deeper, broader, more philosophical issues of epistemics.
Corporate media covered this story of parroting a narrative while ignoring all the countervailing facts. And as is the case here, there are plenty of new countervailing facts that he is just simply pretending don't exist. If you read the recently declassified House Intelligence Report.
So Elliot Blatt writes in the chat, any thoughts on the Charles Johnson flameout? I don't really know the details of this, even though you've told them to me. But people like Charles Johnson and myself operate much of the time where the buses don't run no more, where there are not ordinary standards of accountability. And so we may make, at times, outsized contributions, but we also can be dramatically, embarrassingly wrong. Right? There are many dangers operating outside of institutional norms, outside of institutions, operating out beyond where the buses run. And both myself and Charles Johnson and Matt Drudge and other people who operate on the borders of the herd or even outside of the herd altogether, right, we have often been just dramatically wrong. So that's my general perspective.
That reviewed the January 2017 intelligence assessment that was put out by James Clapper and John Brennan. They pointed out that every single thing that Michael Schmidt said about Russian interference and the preference for Trump was wrong. And it was wrong because Brennan and Clapper simply cherry-picked a very small amount of intelligence and ignored all the other intelligence that undermined their narrative. So, for example, on the claim that Russia interfered to help Trump, the House Intelligence Report points out that that was based on a fragment of one sentence, which had an unclear meaning. Somebody said that Putin was counting on Trump winning. And that came from a Kremlin official who had second-hand access. So basically, that conclusion that underpinned the intelligence community assessment that Putin wanted Trump to win and was trying to help him win.
So this story is fascinating as a case study in epistemic closure and the politics of expertise. Right? We have all these experts claiming to be neutral, but they're never neutral. Right? They're almost always partisan. To be human is to incline towards what the people most important to us will reward. So in Russiagate 2016, 2018, we had leaders of intelligence, leaders of news media, leaders in legal analysis, all positioning themselves as authoritative, expert, neutral voices. But their judgments were profoundly shaped by institutional loyalties, by their ideological leanings, and by social incentives. They weren't just driven purely by detached fact-finding. And this is not an aberration. This is the normal state of expertise. When expertise is presented to you as neutral, be suspicious. Every group, every hero system uses epistemic closure. Right? Every group enforces boundaries of what is acceptable to talk about. So for prestigious outlets such as the New York Times, doubting the Russia collusion story showed that you were unserious and someone who falls for right-wing talking points. On the other hand, if you're MAGA, if you do not dismiss this scandalous trivial, then you are complicit with the deep state cover-up, right? So every side will rely on consensus policing, not just evidence. Now, in our rhetoric, we are told as Americans that we live in a democracy, but almost none of our life operates along the lines of democracy. And what we are told about our political system as being a democracy, there are elements of democracy, but there are probably far greater elements of elite oligarchic rule that is done in the name of disinterested expertise, neutrality, and it's just good for us, right? So knowledge is politicized, neutrality is usually a lie, and our institutions, right, are not just neutral arbiters, right? They are partisan and usually partisan towards the left. Public trust in experts is a fragile, depletable resource that has been running down. Because, for example, Russiagate's conflicting narratives burned through enormous reserves of public credibility. Intelligence agencies, the news media, political elites all came out with diminished authority from Russiagate. Right? This is the cost of weaponizing expertise for partisan ends. Right? Rival expert communities will lock into mutually exclusive truths. And what will matter to the players is not truth, but how they can maintain and increase their prestige, funding, and status, power, access to the good things of life. So there is rarely just an Archimedean point of neutrality on any hot-button issue. Right? Credibility judgments about what counts as knowledge, what counts as moral, are usually socially created and socially enforced. Our institutions use claims of neutrality and consensus as a way of closing discussion. So our reigning experts get to decide who counts as an expert. right? The Russiagate experts were credentialed in the mainstream media, and they were discredited in MAGA outlets. So experts don't just come to us with facts and truth. They will impose frames of legitimacy that foreclose rival interpretations. Right? Expert claims are never purely neutral and about knowledge. They are political moves embedded in institutions.
Was based on a fragment of a sentence that could have been interpreted in multiple different ways, and that came from someone.
I don't know much about Aaron Mate, but I haven't heard anything that gives me as negative a reaction to him as I've learned about Michael Schellenberger. But is Gabor Mate his dad? His dad is a con artist, right? His dad is useless. Well, he's not useless. I'm sure he has some contributions to make, but your life would be better not taking him very seriously.
Who was relaying hearsay. And the intelligence community assessment, meanwhile, ignored all the other intelligence that they had received, including that Putin had said very clearly he didn't care who won, because no matter who won the election, he expected the same policy from Washington. So that's an example of Michael Schmidt and all of his colleagues at the New York Times simply just ignoring the evidence that undermines their conspiracy theory.
The complete absence of pointing out the chronology. December 8th, they were set, we now know, to receive a presidential daily brief that, if anything...
This conversation reminds me of Christian apologists making the case for Christianity. Well, you had expert evidence here that he rose from the grave, and this is clearly the most important man in history, and so who do you say who he is? Is he a madman or the Son of God? There's like a tonal feel to apologetics. So I was curious and carried on a lengthy conversation with ChatGPT. What are the most powerful systems of epistemic closure in America today? So we all live within hero systems. We all live within systems of epistemic closure where we are simply blocked off from anything that will cause us distress and discomfort. So epistemic closure means we all live in a community, and our community defines what can be talked about and what cannot be talked about. And every community will enforce consensus not through argument, but by gatekeeping. So this epistemic closure is inevitable in every single community. The question is how it's managed and how it works. So what are the most powerful systems of epistemic closure in America today? There's the U.S. national security state, which tends to operate under extreme secrecy, and its assumptions are taken by our rulers as unquestionable. So 51 intelligence experts say that the Hunter Biden laptop story bore the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. So the smooth functioning of our national security state depends on this epistemic closure. Like if every policy decision were endlessly contested, the machinery of our security would grind to a halt. It takes a lot of energy to think things through. It's a lot easier to go through life with the assumption that these questions are closed. Central banking and macroeconomic measurement, right? The Federal Reserve and the Treasury set all sorts of policies with the aura of technical necessity, right? Inflation must be contained, markets must be stabilized. These are all framed as technical truths, as neutral expertise, but they're always political choices. So the epistemic closure here underpins financial stability. People need to believe that our financial institutions know what they're doing. Public health, medical consensus, vaccines, pandemic responses, dietary guidelines. Once something is declared settled science, right, dissenting research is marginalized as dangerous. So this keeps trust in our medical system, but it also supports a lot of bad paradigms. Tech infrastructure, right? Our Silicon Valley giants set standards of what we can say, right? They essentially enforce what we get to see and say and discuss as reality. So their epistemic closure systems here are invisible, usually, but they are totalizing, right? Our entire reality shaped by the decisions by a handful of American tech firms. There are certain discussions that are heavily policed in elite circles, such as biological bases for IQ group differences or the role of genetics in crime, right? Critiquing many DEI frameworks that are simply unacceptable in elite circles. And We need to have epistemic closure here to maintain our fragile multicultural fabric. Maybe this fabric would be much shakier if people were allowed to question in this area, if that was part of mainstream discourse. You are not allowed to question in elite circles whether global warming poses an existential threat to our survival. It's just the level of the existential threat that you're allowed to talk about. It's the framing of this threat. And it is only allowed in public policy discussions, which policy levers, carbon taxes, green subsidies are the best way to go. So without this consensus, you cannot have large-scale coordination to deal with the dire threat of global warming. We have many discussions about our constitution and our legal system. We've got originalism on the right. We've got the living constitution. But we have an underlying epistemic closure is that the court's rulings are final and binding. And without this acceptance, we might risk slipping into legal anarchy. But those are some of the leading systems of economic closure dominating our country.
Downplayed Russia's involvement. And then there was this critical meeting with all the top intel officials that, per Obama's chief of staff, released direction to Clapper. And we saw it in writing. The next day, they said, per the president's direction, we're going this other route. They went an entirely different way. And the very next day, the news media then ran, including Michael Schmidt's newspaper, with the new narrative, which was Russia tried to help Trump.
We are now starting to get a really clear picture in which what the Russiagate hoax was basically a disinformation effort created.
Do you realize, do you have any empathy for the amount of pain that I'm suffering right now by platforming Michael Schellenberger as an expert?
In concert by the intelligence community, the CIA, the FBI, most dramatically with some concerns raised by the NSA, which are interesting, along with the New York Times and the Washington Post, to create the perception that Donald Trump had committed treason and was a puppet because he was controlled.
Right, I can agree with every single word that this blog says, and it hurts me that I'm playing him. I'm in pain.
By Russia in a sex blackmail operation. That incredibly outlandish conspiracy theory was promoted by the New York Times and the Washington Post along with the CIA and FBI over years. And so what you're seeing in the Michael Schmidt podcast is just a continuation of that disinformation effort aimed at, first of all, we now know achieving either impeachment or criminal prosecution of Trump,
indictment.
And ultimately with the goal of either removing him from power or disabling his ability to govern and be reelected.
If I can make a quick point about Michael Schmidt, he has been a key actor in this disinformation campaign from the start. He co-authored a report in the New York Times, February 14th, 2017. I can't believe the story is still up, but it speaks to just the complete corruption of journalism during the Russiagate era. February 14th, 2017, the headline in the New York Times was,
so in the last 6 months of 2015, first few months of 2016, when I talked to my Douglas Murray-loving friends, some of them would say things when I'd say that Donald Trump would be the Republican nominee. They'd often tell me, I know things that you don't, right? I'm close to so-and-so's in power, and I just know things that you don't know. There's no way he's ever going to become the Republican nominee. And often when I've broken big stories, the dominant journalists in that area would say, well, I know things that you don't know, and so therefore your story is wrong. And so there was a rabbi operating for years as the head rabbi of the largest Orthodox synagogue in the San Fernando Valley, but hundreds of Orthodox Jews knew that man had a history of sexually predatory behavior towards underage females and sexual relations with women, not his spouse, who were his congregants. But it just went on. And when I finally broke the story on my blog, people would tell me, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. That's absolutely not true. I know more than you do. And so this is a very common pose that you'll get from the experts when you go outside the closure, the epistemic closure that they have erected, right? And you venture outside where the buses don't run no more, and you'll usually hear Well, I have specialized knowledge that you do not have access to. And I have information that you can't challenge, you can't verify, right? And because I know more than you do, therefore, I know that what you're saying is not true. And so we have this aura of expertise that is usually quite effective at silencing critics and outsiders. And the smooth running of government tends to perhaps require this epistemic closure to make their claims of expertise unquestionable. Right? We got to be secret to stabilize our power. Right? Economists will talk about inevitability, that inflation or free trade must be operated this way, instead of admitting the reality of contingency, that depending on the situation, different factors will rise or fall in importance. So the Federal Reserve operates through this kind of epistemic insulation. Public trust rests on a fiction of inevitability and expertise. Right? And without this epistemic closure, financial markets would implode. So this epistemic closure sustains the illusion that these decisions are technical rather than political. Right? The most prestigious scientists get to decide who's a real scientist and what counts as misinformation. And then when you have an expert consensus, normally that will be promoted by the news media and by our public discourse into moral urgency, where dissenting from the consensus is heresy. We're expected to treat expertise as a reservoir of truth, not as a way of organizing authority. But it's far more a way of organizing authority than it is a reservoir of truth. So epistemic closure enables coordination among elites. Without this, they are much less successful and they have much less prestige.
Trump campaign had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence. What it says is, the first line, that phone records, intercepted phone calls to the member of Donald Trump's 2016 campaign and other Trump associates had repeated contacts with senior Russian intelligence officials in the year before the election, according to 4 current and former American officials. So Michael Schmidt and the New York Times were alleging very early on that the Trump campaign was talking to senior Russian intelligence officials throughout the election. Okay, it's an extraordinary allegation.
Sure
There's
is.
zero evidence to support it. They talk about phone records, intercepted calls. Where are these calls? There's nothing. Even Jim Comey had later testified that it wasn't true. Peter Strzok, the lead FBI agent on the Trump-Russia probe, according to his declassified notes, there was no evidence to support this. But Michael Schmidt and the New York Times have never corrected this because they were part of this disinformation operation. And the fact that that story is still up and the fact that people like him can still speak or pretend to speak with authority on the Russiagate story, it just underscores how there's been zero accountability so far for just this massive scam.
To some extent, it makes me feel some empathy for readers of the New York Times and watchers of MSNBC. I mean, at this point, they know what they're getting, so not too much empathy. But I'm just saying that there is a level of trust between the Times and its.
So in our current era, claims of expertise and neutrality, right, enable the rule of experts. Pluralism allows for the rule of experts and the domination of an elite class, because the elites can then form governing coalitions with sectors of society. When a society is no longer pluralistic but united, then elites can no longer rule. So there are all sorts of noble lies that have sustained every community, every society. And in more religious times, for example, when the rulers would want to discuss, for example, the validity of various religious doctrines or the reality of God, right? They would send the servants out, right? They want their servants to believe in God, because that way they'll be less cheated and less deceived, right? They want to be free to commit adultery and to be atheists and pleasure seekers. but they don't want the lower classes to operate in these realms of vice. And so there are all sorts of things that you can discuss privately with members of an elite that they would never want to be associated with in public discussion. So in Christianity, you've got the Bible is canonized. In Catholicism, interpretive authority is vested in church institutions. And anything that denies that the Bible essentially comes from God and that Jesus is God, that is outside what is acceptable. So Christian dogma does not function to guarantee truth. It's to provide guardrails for communal organization. Without this closure, the church will fragment endlessly, as we see with Protestantism and its countless examples of splintering and denominations. Evangelical Christianity builds subcultures. And another word for subculture is an epistemic bubble, where the claims of secularists and secular scientists and secular media are treated automatically with great skepticism. This creates stability. You can't have stability without epistemic closure. It comes with a price of considerable intellectual isolation. So in Islam, the Quran is the word of God. You can't question that. In Judaism, the Torah tradition comes from God. Right? You have coordination by a tacit routine. So this coordination is not just abstract doctrine, but it also governs the minutiae of daily life. All right? And you maintain the power of Orthodox Jewish communities, particularly the more traditional Orthodox Jewish community, by creating a closed knowledge system to protect against the inroads of secularism. So information is filtered from the outside, and in sacred areas, dissent is treated as defection. So as soon as you render anything sacred, you can no longer analyze it or relate to it objectively. So these epistemic closures are essential to any group. They're not accidental. They are what creates a group. They bind communities. They reduce chaos. They ensure continuity across generations. And each religion's epistemic closure is tailored to survival. So in Christianity, Orthodox belief is the key boundary. In Islam, you need to have the boundary of the clerics, the imams. And in Judaism, you have a way of life that creates the Torah corral. And anything that frees people up to leave the Torah corral, right, reduces the strength and cohesion of the community. So the epistemic closure that protects coherence also makes adaptation difficult. So the question is not whether epistemic closures are rational or irrational, but how brittle or how flexible are they to survive in changing environments. And a great complement to this Stephen Turner thinking is Ernest Becker's book, Denial of Death, right, which notes we cannot live with the terror of our own insignificance. So we have to subscribe to a hero system, to a structure for our life that makes our efforts feel filled with meaning and enduring and transcending. So in Christianity, you have the promise of an eternal life in Christ, right? That's one hero system. You overcome death by being part of this divine story, and you exclude any interpretation that weakens this story to enforce the orthodoxy. So Christianity's epistemic closure keeps its hero system stable. You don't get to question the divinity of Jesus, the resurrection, salvation, right? That's not just intellectual dissent. It threatens the community's survival against the terror of one's own insignificance and mortality. When my father questioned the central distinctive doctrine of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, right, he was threatening communal survival. Islam holds that you must submit to God, and you must submit to the leaders of Islam, and you must submit to recognizing the Quran as the word of God, and that protects the Islamic hero system. In Orthodox Judaism, survival comes through connecting with the Jewish covenant with God and through continuity. Right? The Jewish people will outlive the individual, so you are part of something transcendent and immortal. And closure comes much more in practice than in ideology. Right? Most rabbinic commentary filters things through the lens of practice. So the community will persist as a coherent hero system. And by being part of a survival, being part of a people means that you will be part of an ultimate victory over death. So we all need epistemic closure to manage our anxiety about insignificance and death. And these systems of epistemic closure work through taboos, exclusions, routines, and institutions. Right? Religions are not just about beliefs. They are socially enforced epistemic bubbles that secure immortality projects.
Its readers, and they're truly being, it appears, willfully misled by the Times and its reporters. And there's just no accountability for the mistakes that they've made, and that mistake is a charitable word too. None whatsoever. They want their audience to be deluded about this, and their audience is deluded about this. Okay, let's go through it because there's a lot.
They gave themselves a Pulitzer. Like they gave themselves a Pulitzer for this. So what are you going to do in that situation? You just got to keep going down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't give it back. You don't want to give it back. All right, here is the next claim that we.
Right, if you win a Pulitzer, that will reduce your anxiety about your significance. It will show that you're part of an excellent system that will transcend your life. And so when you threaten or diminish the prestige attributed to that Pulitzer, right, you're threatening the very thing that's giving meaning to the lives of our most prestigious journalists. If you deny climate change, if you deny wokeness, if you deny DEI, right, if you deny the power of transhumanism or nationalism or AI, right, you are threatening these immortality projects, these various hero systems, right? So you need epistemic closure, you need social media silo, you need taboos, you need partisanship to enforce immortality projects, to protect them from a critique that would destabilize the immortality project, otherwise known as a hero system. Right? People want symbolic immortality. And it's only through epistemic closure, right, their immortality project is not delegitimized. So the most powerful American hero systems are also fragile, right? Hero systems will crack up. If taboo questions about genetics, race, gender, trans, colonialism gain power and prestige, then what has brought meaning and purpose to many people's lives has been undercut. Once regular Americans stop fearing ostracism for calling out the absurdity of these various woke commitments, then the whole woke system loses its enforcement teeth and the woke hero system collapses. So the immortality promise of the woke approach is history will judge us as righteous. It will fall apart when history and the trajectory of history looks unstable and when your allies start defecting. Right? MAGA nationalism will dismiss attempts at falsification such as 2020 election orders, January 6th narratives. And in the face of these challenges, right, MAGA loyalists, right, are under pressure. If the nation isn't saved by MAGA, what was this heroic MAGA struggle for? So the MAGA hero system collapsed when the myth of MAGA and the myth of restoring America looks impossible or deluded. Climate activism. People will devote their life to fighting global warming. What if the evidence for global warming is not as strong as claimed? Right? What if your Save the Planet immortality project starts to look unwinnable or bogus? So this epistemic closure is never total, particularly when you're living in a society like America where there are so many different hero systems. And taboos will crack when consensus erodes. When epistemic closure fails, people will scramble for a new hero system to manage their anxiety about their insignificance and their death. So American life is a relay race of collapsing and emerging systems of epistemic closure, each offering new immortality promises.
We wanted to fact check number 2.
She releases a classified report that was written by House Republicans in Trump's first term that claims that Putin was not trying to help Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton.
So a report that takes real issue with this pretty central finding of the Obama intelligence conclusion that Putin wants Trump to win.
Correct. But it's really important to note that this report was written by a bunch of hardened Trump partisans in the House. And it stands alone. No other serious...
So when you have contempt for other people operating within an epistemic bubble, recognize that we all do this. So the first major American hero system was the Puritan Protestant civil religion ethic from the 1600s into the 1800s of America's a city on a hill, divinely chosen. And heresy was un-American, right? Immortality was promised through a new covenant with God and a righteous nation. And what cracked this hero system? Enlightenment, secularism, pluralism, immigration. Right? By the 1900s, America was way too fractured to unify. So the next American hero system that dominated was nationalism plus progressive civic religion. So this dominated between about 1900 and 1945. So now we got veneration of science, reform, and America's global mission, and dissenters were reactionary bigots. Right? America was engaged in a heroic project building a rational modern utopia. And the crack points for this were the Great Depression and the horrors of World War II, shook faith in pure progress and pure rationality. So then we got the dominant hero system, Cold War, civil religion. America versus communism was good versus evil. Questioning American moral superiority was taboo. We got heroic immortality by defeating global atheistic communism. Crack point in this hero system, Vietnam, Watergate, racial unrest. Hero project cracked as elites lost credibility. And the next dominant hero system was identity and culture wars from 1970s to the 2000s. So we had the sacralization of civil rights, feminism, multiculturalism, pluralism. On the left and on the right, we had the sacralization of the traditional family, religious Christian America. Each group enforced its taboos internally. So you gained your immortality by being on the right side of either liberation on the left or tradition on the right. Crack point to these hero systems, globalization, 9/11, 2008 financial crisis. All right, neither the left nor the right hero systems were able to guarantee safety and flourishing. So then we got the two dominant hero systems of populism and woke, right? Closure, two competing hero systems. In the woke view, you get immortality through history's arc bending towards justice. In MAGA, you got immortality through restoring a lost America. Both were death anxiety projects dressed up in politics. Neither appears set to decisively win. Our institutions are straining under dueling epistemic challenges. Possible successors to these hero systems: climate salvation, tech transcendence, civil religion around planetary survival, perhaps Christian nationalism. So every hero system employs epistemic closure to protect itself. Taboos protect the favored narrative. When there's a crisis and the narrative no longer works, you get disillusionment. When death anxiety surges, people will demand new immortality projects. To meet the demand, you'll get new hero systems, often recycling older myths in new language. So I spent most of my life religious, and so typical invocations about God leave me cold because I've heard them too often. I need new language. Right? It's the same God-based, monotheistic-based, Bible-based approach, but I need a new path in. So facing ecological collapse, right, people may well rally to a transcendent environmental survival mission, or to techno-transcendence, or to Fortress America 2.0, or a new enlightenment about planetary humanism, or a revival of, say, Christianity. So which hero system is going to win out? May not be a basis decided on a basis of truth, but on incentives and needs. So if climate disasters escalate, more likely we will have the dominance of green religion. If AI tech breakthroughs wow the public, we'll have more faith in techno-transcendence. Yes, I heard my voice crack there. If we have more geopolitical chaos, we'll have a rise in faith in Fortress America. If pluralism exhausts people, we'll have a revival of the beauties of homogeneity and in-group identity. If we have global elites successfully organizing stuff, right, we might have a hero system of planetary humanism. So each is a new way to deny death. People always must have the promise of being part of something bigger, something eternal, something transcendent, whether it's God, Earth, nation, tech. So these are some plausible successor hero systems with their own epistemic closure. Climate salvation, probably the most plausible. Techno-transcendence, Fortress America, faith revival, planetary humanism. So ChatGPT says the green new religion and techno-transcendence are the strongest bets because they both tie directly to survival and immortality, and they have institutional money and power behind them. Fortress America hero system will wax and wane depending on geopolitics. It's always lurking as a fallback. Faith revival could surge if secular hero systems fail catastrophically. Planetary humanism remains aspirational, but it doesn't have strong institutional support.
Serious entity that has looked at this question, including a massive bipartisan investigation in the Senate, comes to the claim that these House Republicans did.
Okay, so Michael, it's partisan hacks who did the House intelligence report, which we just now got our hands on, so it can be dismissed. But Senate intel report, stellar, untouchable, and 100% supports our findings. So let's tout.
So which reports are the real stellar ones? The ones that provide the most sustenance for our particular hero system. Ricardo is back and he's throwing down the big bucks. $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Ricardo. What is the alt-right tonight's perspective on the Qatar funding conspiracy pushed by Zionist conservatives? So, wow. So, why would pro-Israel people push suspicion of Qatar funding? Because it's probably a narrative that is appealing, right? Because if you're right-wing, you have fear of outsiders, and you don't have to show that your outside allegiance is cool. You just have to show that the other side's outside allegiance is worse than your outside allegiance. So Americans, like every other people in the world, primarily care about their own group. They don't primarily care about outgroups and overseas groups. If you can make the case that Qatar funding is more dangerous than Zionist funding, then that is obviously good for the Zionist side. But what's really best for Fortress America? I would say it is to employ skepticism about the claims given for any non-American entity, whether it's Zionism or anything else, China, whatever. Right? Americans should focus on America's top interests. But I love narratives that put Israel and Jews in a favorable light. And so suspicion about Qatari money, right, feels good to me, bro. I dig it.
That one. We've seen the Senate intel report touted over and over again by these Russiagate hoaxers trying to defend themselves. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think people should take the time to read that House report, the HIPSI report. It's called HIPSI after the acronym, the House Committee on Intelligence, the Oversight Committee. It's devastating. I mean, it goes through the full body of intelligence that was cherry-picked, essentially, by Obama's CIA director to create that.
And the chat notes that my audio level is low. Why is my audio level low? Because I care about you so much. I am devoting so much cognitive processing power to developing and illuminating and sharing these ideas that I cannot be distracted by these plebeian concerns of audio levels. Also, I am tired because I can't help overeating my Shabbos lunch and consuming too many carbs, and then napping Shabbos afternoon, and then not sleeping last night, and then being so excited about doing this show that I get up absurdly early. So you cannot disguise lack of sleep in your voice. No matter how many techniques you employ, your lack of sleep will demonstrate itself in a strained voice quality, a lack of projection, and I have to keep amping up my settings so that my voice does not just fade away entirely. But the only reason that it ever starts to fade away is because I love you so much, and I'm doing so much cognitive labor in my optimizing for truth, right? My lousy audio levels and my lack of emotional and visual engagement with you, they're a result of my cognitive sacrifices in pursuit of truth optimization.
At intelligence community assessment, Schmidt's just being deliberately deceptive. I don't know how else to say it. It's hard for me to believe that he honestly thinks that after reading either the House report or the CIA tradecraft memo that Ratcliffe just released.
Mm-hmm. The Senate Intel Committee, Aaron, acknowledged that it was limited in what it could do. It acknowledged that.
And Star Lion has to run off. Says, but Luke, I just left a link in the chat. Some terrible news for Israeli cybersecurity and for Israel's general reputation. Oy vey. Boy, I don't want to look at that. That would be quite discomforting for my hero system. Luckily, I operate not just within the Torah corral, but within a closed epistemic system that protects me from bad news. All right, which hero systems are growing right now? Climate salvation, green civil religion. We've got federal moves to tighten limits on clean energy tax credits, sail back EPA authority. But we've got all these well-funded coalitions pushing for aggressive climate policy. Techno-transcendence. We've got accelerating forces. Big tech keeps shipping new AI models, agents, and tools, and promoting a future of progress narrative. Friction. We've got all sorts of news questioning whether AI is hitting performance walls. Fortress America. We have a deregulation, retrenchment, and isolation posture in the Trump administration, and a security-first closure that may well surge in crisis. So epistemic closures rise or stall with new incentives. Each hero system offers a new path to symbolic immortality. Which hero system sticks depends on which fear. Is it ecological, techno, or geopolitical dominates our lived experience? Orthodox Judaism does not dodge the threat of death and insignificance. It ritualizes the threat, it frames it, and it gives it theological context. But it's not the theology that primarily matters, it's the way of life.
Its power to investigate did not include search warrants or wiretaps, and that it fell short of the FBI's abilities. They said that while the committee does not describe the final result as a complete picture, we believe this volume provides the most comprehensive description to date of what happened. So they were saying, they weren't saying everything we're saying here is bullshit, but they were saying we acknowledge we've been limited in what we are able to do. And since this was issued, you and others have pointed out there were other deficiencies with the Senate.
I really dig Gatorade Zero. I like having something delicious to drink that doesn't have sugar and calories in it. But unfortunately, I often employ a lack of detail. So I've got like 2 boxes filled with like no calorie sweeteners because I do not sufficiently monitor my Amazon subscribe and save subscriptions. And so they keep sending me crap that I don't need because I'm not paying attention to detail. And then I so loved this Zero Gatorade that I ordered a whole $70 worth of Gatorade drinks the other day, but I didn't pay attention. And so all these drinks have calories in them. Right? I wasn't paying attention to details. One of the great things that I learned from Debtors Anonymous was to track everything you spend. If I'd been doing this tool, if I'd been working this program, right, I would have paid more attention to what I was buying. Instead, I've got $70 worth of calorie-rich Gatorade drinks. And it hurts, man. Okay, how does Orthodox Judaism help the individual transcend fear of death and fear of insignificance? Well, the experience of Orthodox Judaism does not focus on the self, right? We are not primarily individuals. We are part of a chain going back to Mount Sinai. So this minimizes the fear of disappearing. You're part of an unbroken people stretching back to Sinai and forward to divine redemption. And being observant embeds you in a story that outlives you. So there's little room and little tolerance for obsessing over metaphysical uncertainties about death in the traditional Jewish way of life. Halakha, Jewish law, tells you what to do. Speculation is not valued or praised or incentivized. So you are spared the spirals of existential dread that moderns often fall into. So you have epistemic closure, right? Talking about death is tightly managed, not by censorship, but by a density of rituals, roles, and assumptions. You're not expected to philosophize your way into or out of death. You will be carried forward by practices that make death livable. And Judaism puts much more emphasis on this life than any other religion of which I'm aware. The Jewish commandments are primarily about things that you practice in this world, not about escaping the world. Judaism focuses on this world as a primary stage for God. We have plenty of rabbinic tradition discouraging speculation about the afterlife. Practical weight of Judaism is on what you do in this life while you're alive. We have the sanctification of the ordinary and the daily. We have rituals to render the banal holy, how to tie your shoes, what to eat, how you greet other people. So the banal details of life are framed as a transcendent religious project. Mortality is just folded into life's fabric. Funerals and mourning practices are intense, but they return the mourner to life and to community. Death is bracketed, so it does not eclipse the mitzvah of choosing life. You raise children, you study Torah, you perform divine commandments. Each one links you to an ancient and eternal transcendent chain. So continuity is achieved without needing to transcend this world. You live in eternity by correctly living in the here and now. So, in particular, in comparison with Christianity, with its heavy emphasis on individual salvation, the afterlife, and Islam, with its vivid eschatology and images of the afterlife, Judaism keeps its focus on this life and how we live today. Death is serious, but it is not the center of the religion. So, Orthodox Judaism's life-first orientation shapes the politics, the medicine, the contributions, the psychology of Jews. Saving a life, pekuach nefesh, overrides almost every commandment. Survival, safety, communal resilience is the highest political good. Jews tend to be pragmatic and security-focused. Christianity might emphasize universal salvation and various philosophical and moral ideals. Judaism focuses on how do we keep Jews alive and practicing right now. With regard to medicine, Judaism overwhelmingly favors medical treatment and innovation if it preserves life. Commandments anchor daily life, so science is not a rival truth. It is just another tool for preserving life and sustaining Jews. Jews will often embrace technology and various innovations in their place to help preserve, protect, and provide for the people. So at the core of Judaism is this life-first orientation, building a pragmatic survivalist ethic. Jewish politics are about preserving the people. Medicine is about preserving the body. Science is about preserving continuity and prosperity. Death is not denied. Death is subordinated to the mandate, choose life, choose the here and now.
Intel committee report that is now being touted as the gold standard by people like Schmidt.
If the Senate Intel report is the gold standard, why does it exclude all the evidence that the HIPSI report, the House Intelligence Report, uncovered? Why are we just learning about all that evidence? Like, for example, the fact that the key judgment of Putin preferring Trump was based on a fragment of a sentence that could be interpreted in 5 different ways. Why didn't the Senate Intelligence report look and tell us any of this stuff? Instead, the Senate Intelligence Report essentially was a rubber stamp. If you speak to anybody in Washington who's familiar with how the Senate Intel Report was produced, it was Senator Marc Warner, a Democrat, who was running the show. And he was gung-ho on the issue of Trump-Russia collusion from the start. He had a lot riding on a report validating it. And another thing happened where Senator Richard Burr, who was the Republican co-chair of the Senate Intel Committee, he got sidelined because of some corruption allegations. Senator Marco Rubio, who was then they had to put his name on it as the Republican chair, he should answer. Why did he go on with Marc Warner? Because now we're learning from the HIPSI report that's just been declassified that the Senate Intel Committee ignored key intelligence. We learned so many incredible things from HIPSI. We should have learned that from Senate Intel if it was credible. So if you just compare the two reports, if one report has all this evidence that the other report, the Senate Intel report, doesn't address, it's pretty clear to me which one is more credible.
Yes, but Michael Schmidt dismisses all of that by saying, oh, these are hard partisans. These are a bunch of Trump-affiliated hard partisans in the House. So he dismisses the House report, but not the Senate report.
Well, look, even if that's true, even if these were all Trump partisans on the HIPSI report, first of all, you also had Trump partisans in Senate Intel, but yet they missed so much of what HIPSI produced. So that's...
Yeah, anything that you focus on that transcends yourself and your desires is going to help you deal with your mortality and your insignificance. Every novel, every TV show, every movie that I see, the lead characters who are humiliated and destroyed, it's inevitably because there's nothing that they live for transcending their own desires. So because the Jewish teaching of Pekuach Nefesh, the priority of life, tends to override nearly everything, Jews have internalized risk calculus, what preserves life. This produces a cultural pragmatism, sometimes cautious, sometimes bold. Means that Jews have done pretty well with adjusting to changing circumstances. They will flee hostile lands. They'll build redundancies in communal life. Risk is normalized and managed. Fear of death is not denied, but it is reframed. It's not just about my death. It is about our survival. The communal we absorbs the individual's fear. Communal practices embed us in a structure bigger than ourselves. This reduces existential panic because our life is part of something larger. So it's not that Judaism denies death, but it diffuses the threat of death and insignificance with ritual, law, and community. Right, catastrophe is recognized as part of reality and history. We look back at the destruction of the temples and exile and pogroms and the Holocaust, but we look at them through the framework of the people will be eternal. We survived bad things in the past, we will survive again. So the fragility of life becomes a call to action. We need to study more Torah. We need to build and raise families. We need to keep God's commandments. Each small act ties us to an unbroken chain, which softens the sting of death. Right? Judaism provides layers of redundancy and symbolic weight that keep meaning intact as individuals fall away and die. So often the most profound things are the least stated. So from a Torah perspective, life is precarious, but communal continuity will go on. Right? Death becomes absorbed into the community's survival narrative. We will remember our martyrs in our prayers. We will invoke our ancestors in our rituals. We will pass down their names to our grandchildren. But our hero system is not about individual salvation. It is a communal endurance. The hero is not the saint and not the martyr. It's the Jew who keeps life and practice going under constraint. So traditional Judaism gives its adherents a way to live with death always at the edge of awareness, but rarely at the center of awareness. Survival becomes a sacred duty, and resilience becomes the answer to the threat of mortality. So Jews are fairly pragmatic, dedicated to social, communal, national strength. Jews remember the precariousness of life, and they recognize that their survival is always at stake. This creates a never-again ethos. Israel's military posture with preemptive strikes, nuclear ambiguity, mandatory conscription reflect this life comes first attitude writ large, right? The state has become a vessel for Jewish life. Fear of annihilation is not abstract. It is a historical constant. Resilience becomes ritualized. We have national days of mourning and remembrance. So past survival leads to incentives to develop present defense. Jewish communities cultivate redundancies. We have parallel school systems, kosher food networks. Right? We want our life systems to be as resilient as possible in the face of external hostility. Right? When there is a spike in negative attitudes towards Jews, there is often less shock than more preparation. We have increased in-group intensity the more we deal with negative views from the outside. We have increased security. We have more security training, self-defense training, more communal funds for emergencies. So this emphasis on continuity minimizes paralysis. Israeli politics might look paradoxical, hawkish in defense, experimental in tech and culture, but the same ethos underlies both. Maximize survival odds today. Assimilation is an existential hazard to traditional Judaism, so it's much better to appear insular than risk cultural death. Geopolitical threats are seen through a communal lens. What do we do? Not what do I feel? Ritual responses channel our individual fear into shared resilience. Jewish survival is framed as a miraculous, God-given continuity. You invoke this communal narrative to unify the community under stress. The hero is Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, not individuals. Death and danger are constant, but continuity is the focus. And Jewish geopolitical strategies will mirror the perspectives of Torah, anticipate threat, fragility, build redundancy, act decisively to protect life. And heroism means to act to protect the survival, prosperity, and safety of the people.
That's a glaring fact right there. And second of all, look, even if they were all Trump partisans and that was their aim, the fact is either the facts that they uncovered are true or they're not. And no one's disputing the facts that they uncovered. No one's disputing that John Brennan and James Clapper handpicked.
Yeah, unless I am bracketing and saying, hey, I'm stepping out of the normal way that I'm talking about this. I try to discuss everything from a secular universalist lens so that the Orthodox Christian, the Orthodox atheist, the Orthodox Muslim, anyone from any perspective can understand what I'm saying. This is not how I speak when I am together with people who share my trad Jewish outlook.
5 people under Brennan's direction to write the January 2017 report. No one's disputing that the key finding of Putin preferring Trump and aspiring to help him win was based on a fragment of a sentence, based on a Kremlin source who only had second access to Putin. No one's disputing that John Brennan and James Clapper excluded all the intelligence they received, including from sources.
So the most precious parts of my life, I do not tend to retail publicly. I don't sell them on my live streams. So my communal loyalties and my deepest religious yearnings and beliefs, I protect those. I don't just try to sell them to you. There need to be precious things that you don't sell publicly, even if you're a blogger and live streamer.
Who had direct access to Putin, from Putin saying that no matter who won the election, he didn't care because he expected the same result.
Let's do the next claim. Stop 3.
The report offers essentially a different opinion from what the Obama administration came to. Essentially says,
the House Intelligence
you guys
report
said Putin wanted to do one thing. We believe Putin didn't want to do that. But there's nothing in that report like an email from Obama to his intelligence community saying, I don't care what the evidence shows, we need to get Donald Trump. That proves or shows or raises even questions about a larger treasonous conspiracy.
Michael?
So AI is pretty good, but AI will let you down in many ways. There are areas of life where I will consistently behave in an admirable manner, and then there are areas of life where I won't. And AI lets me down, right? I asked AI to pick out some juicy bits from various Stephen Turner books, and didn't do it. It failed. It let me down on things that Stephen Turner has written about some hot-button issues. For example, Stephen Turner wrote this great book, the 2013 book, The Politics of Expertise. Somehow AI did not call the following section to my attention. About $1 trillion have been devoted to AI chatbots in the past 5 years. And you don't protect that funding by encouraging chatbots to venture into edgy, controversial territory. So this is what Stephen Turner wrote. Research on the genetic background of criminals has been denounced as racist. Government agencies have been intimidated into withdrawing support. Studies of race and intelligence similarly been attacked as inherently racist or non-neutral. Letter writer to Newsweek wrote that theories of intelligence, the test to measure it, and social structures in which its predictions come true, are all developed and controlled by well-off white males for their own benefit. So here, the idea that science, with its mania for quantification, prediction, and control, is merely an intellectual manifestation of racism and sexism, not neutral. This perspective is not only widespread, but it's treated as a given, just like feminist theory. So this poses quite a challenge to liberalism. Right? If the liberal state is supposed to be ideologically neutral, how is it to decide what is and what is not ideology as distinct from knowledge? Then, in his 2003 book, Liberal Democracy 3.0, Civil Society in an Age of Experts, Stephen Turner wrote, scientific research on the genetic background of criminals has been denounced as racist. Government agencies have been intimidated into withdrawing support. Studies of race and intelligence have been similarly attacked as inherently racist, which is to say non-neutral. So if the liberal state is supposed to be neutral, how is it to decide what is and what is not ideology as distinct from knowledge? So one thing that AI often does quite well, in fact better than most people, is to detect deception and to explain what's really going on behind a particular email or piece of writing, and to focus on the importance of what's not said in a work. So let's go back to the exoteric versus esoteric messages. Right? People understandably want to protect that which they love, and so while they may love truth, they don't want to pay the price that comes from saying unpopular truths, so they will smuggle their true beliefs in a package whereby it will get past most people. So there will be an exoteric public message and an esoteric message within the same teaching. So, for example, there is the mystery of the 12 in Ibn Ezra. Ibn Ezra refers to 12 verses in the Torah, and he says, I have a secret, and he who knows my secret will keep silent. So Ibn Ezra's secret seems to be that he seems to believe that there are 12 verses in the Torah that were not dictated by God to Moses. So if we treat text in this Leo Straussian mode, looking for the whispers, the things that he doesn't explicate, doesn't fully state, but implies, right, we can find some zesty and controversial stuff. So the hidden theme of the politics of expertise is that expertise is not just knowledge, it is a political weapon. Well, I don't think that's very hidden. But he hints that modern reliance on experts is a form of domination that crowds out democratic deliberation, right? Elites use expertise to run our societies and to crowd out the power of democratic deliberation. Experts will justify their elite status by posing as neutral, but this is a fiction. Expertise is always contained within values, exclusions, and self-interest. Right? Our expert-run societies are oligopolies in disguise. Right? Civil societies operate with expert systems, and democracy is almost parasitic on expert systems. that it cannot control, right? Liberal democracy is consistently and effectively hollowed out by the very expertise that it depends on. Appeals to public reason and to discourse are fig leaves. In reality, the public conversation, the public sphere, is dominated and controlled by expert talk that ordinary citizens cannot penetrate. Right. Theories about democracy operate as another form of expertise. They reinforce the same epistemic closures that we've already discussed. So authority, expertise, and morality tends to be built on unexamined presuppositions about expertise, rationality, morality. Once you see this, it will delegitimize many claims. Democracies cannot sustain themselves on the basis of openness, right? Democracy requires not just inclusion, but exclusion, boundaries, policing, epistemic closure. Right? You can only maintain a comforting liberal narrative of ever-expanding civil rights by promoting epistemic closure. Right? Real democracy functions with limits and lines and boundaries. Expertise is domination. Right? We are ruled by experts. They dominate while pretending to be neutral. We have ideals and myths about democratic openness, but these are bogus. They conceal elite rule, expert rule. Academic disciplines enforce taboos, not by appealing to truth, but by using consensus, not by argument. Liberalism claims to be neutral and truth-seeking, that the state does not privilege sectarian or ideological worldviews, but there are many truths and views that are denounced. Creation science, race science, genetic research. Right? The state cannot referee many disputes without taking a side. Liberal neutrality is an illusion. Many claims of science, not about fact, but about power, about epistemic closure, about consensus-enforced prohibition rather than about argument and truth. Feminist theory treats science as a manifestation of racism and sexism. So if there's anything to this critique, the entire liberal idea of science as a neutral arbiter falls short. So the public claim is liberal democracy is struggling to mediate between expertise, truth, knowledge, and ideology. The esoteric unspoken hint is that our liberal democratic framework is incapable of distinguishing knowledge from ideology. It is inherently fragile. Liberalism has no ground to resist the construction of epistemic taboos.
Michael Schellenberger, thoughts on that one?
I mean, we don't know too much more about Obama's role than we did before, but we do know that on December 9th, he held that meeting to basically require, with all of his intelligence and security agency heads, to do that intelligence community assessment that would come out in January 2017. And we also know that exact same day that the New York Times and Washington Post had conversations with multiple sources, according to them, who reported that, in fact, the Russians...
So, on the right, we have claims that genetics shapes a lot of behavior and intelligence levels, etc. And from the right, we've got claims about creation science. And on the left, we have feminist and anti-racist critiques of science. And all these different perspectives challenge the liberal state's supposed neutrality. So it's a consensus within feminism and anti-colonialism and within the woke perspective that science is racist and sexist. But then science is supposed to guide us. Science is about the most prestigious thing that we have in our modern society. And to then say that the most prestigious thing we have is racist and sexist is absurd. So what counts as science and knowledge and truth is dependent on the situation, on the particular academic discipline. So from the feminist academic discipline from the most woke parts of the academy. Science itself is racist, sexist. Try to argue that in other parts of the academy, you'll be shouted down. So liberalism can never deliver on its promise of neutrality because it has no way of sorting knowledge from ideology.
Had wanted to help Trump and help Trump win the election. So, for an administration that was famously cracking down supposedly on leakers, the Obama administration was part of creating this disinformation in early December. Can you trace it to Obama? I mean, of course, he's creating a steel man. Like he's sort of saying there's no smoking gun. Well, there almost never is a smoking gun. I mean, it's not even relevant because, the Supreme Court already decided with Trump that you can't prosecute a sitting president. So I think that it's all a distraction from the basic picture here, which is that partisan actors in the intelligence community, in the mainstream news media.
So what people say publicly and what people say privately are often quite different. So the public message from our reigning intellectual elite is that race has no meaningful relationship to intelligence or crime. The science is settled. Discussing these things is racist. The esoteric message means that within certain elite and policy circles, we can't talk about this. Can't talk about the heritability of IQ because it's socially explosive and socially destabilizing. Right, the public message with regard to global warming, science is settled, survival of our planet depends on urgent action. Dissent is denial, it's like Holocaust denial. The esoteric conversation within elite circles is that climate models are not the most accurate, and every policy response includes trade-offs between energy costs, growth, geopolitics. We will use epistemic closure and consensus as a political tool to mobilize action. The public message with regard to the Federal Reserve and our financial institutions is the Fed just acts neutrally and scientifically to maintain stability guided by data. But the Fed is engaging in highly political balancing acts. The public message, the exoteric message from our elites about American foreign policy is that we intervene abroad to spread freedom and democracy. The esoteric message is we intervene to protect our interests, strategic resources, trade routes, and our geopolitical dominance. We will use beautiful sounding democratic rhetoric to mask our selfish pursuit of our own interests. The public message from universities, the university is a neutral space of open debate where truth prevails through the use of reason. But what's really going on is whole areas of inquiry are cordoned off because institutional survival depends on taboo enforcement and reputational management. Corporate diversity statements, the public message is we value inclusion, equity, and representation. The esoteric message is we are minimizing legal and reputational risk. We want to preserve our status, our elite legitimacy, and we use this rhetoric as insurance against threat. So our public message about our military is our military and our national security industrial complex exist to defend our freedom, to protect Americans. The esoteric message is we are maintaining U.S. dominance. So the exoteric public side is creating closure of many questions. The esoteric side recognizes that this epistemic closure is produced by interests, taboos, and political necessity, not by concern about truth. So when you get public pronouncements from very smart people that seem absurd, think about the exoteric public message and the esoteric private conversation.
Worked together to create a false perception. And you can argue, and it's interesting to ask, it may not be that important, but to what extent they knew what they were doing. I mean, I think from obviously a legal perspective, it does matter. But that is what was happening over a long period of time. And certainly the intelligence analysts who were involved in creating the intelligence community assessment, they knew that something was wrong. And they did oppose putting the Steele dossier in the ICA. And both the FBI and the director of the CIA, Brennan, were demanding it. So,
so that's
I think
okay,
that
but
the
that's
issue
important.
of Obama's relationship is a little bit of a red herring.
So this is my problem with that statement, Aaron, that it is not just that the House Intel Committee had a different opinion than what Obama's team had. It's that the House took a deep dive into the conclusions that were offered by Obama's Intel team and found that they were utterly unsupported. It wasn't just, we see the very same evidence differently. It was, you don't have the evidence you claim that you have. Your key judgments, like that Putin interfered to help Trump, are totally unsupported. You misled us in this document, the January 17 ICA, about how strongly you believed this and about the evidence that you were basing these conclusions on.
Yes, and what they also point out is that Brennan's own analysts also disagreed, and Brennan simply cherry-picked the conclusions that he agreed with. My colleague at Real Clear Investigations, Paul Sperry, years ago reported that Brennan personally overruled two senior experts when it comes to Putin's intentions, and the Hipsey report confirms that. So it's not only that the Hipsey report looked at all the underlying intelligence and just showed that there was nothing there to support Brennan's conclusions, they also show more evidence that Brennan overruled his own people. So it's just more evidence that this idea of an intelligence consensus is just such a lie, especially since we also learned, as I discussed last time I was on with you.
So Paul Sperry, he is a very close reader of Steve Saylor. I notice him again and again retailing many of Steve Saylor's insights, including in his book about the global financial crash.
That in September 2016, the FBI and the NSA were dissenting on the core Russiagate allegation that Russia hacked and leaked Democratic Party emails. And now we know, nearly 9 years later, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard's declassification, that the FBI and the NSA dissented from John Brennan. And so we have low confidence in that allegation. And more about that has come out just in recent days, which I think we'll get to. But
So I'm a big fan of the philosopher of the social sciences, Stephen Turner, and he wrote a memoir, and I put AI to work on what goes unsaid in Stephen Turner's memoir. Right? His memoir is called Mad Hazard, A Life in Social Theory. And AI is really good at noting the important things that go unsaid in a piece of work. And this is one insight that I got from AI, that anti-reification is a personal style, right? So what the heck is anti-reification? So reification means treating abstractions as though they are concrete and real. So talking about society as though it has intentions, rather than remembering it is a shorthand for patterns of human action. So Turner's approach is anti-reification, resisting that move. Instead of science says, or experts say, deconstructing those assertions. So it's a way of reminding us that these abstractions are constructs, they are approximations of reality, they are contingent categories, they're not entities with agency. So this is his disposition. This is how he carries himself intellectually. He refuses to let big, bloated abstractions such as society, the state, the system, the market, science, the academy, society become unquestioned explanatory entities. Right? He keeps them provisional. He points to the messy practices, institutions, and contingent histories behind them. He has suspicion of these reified concepts. Other people lean on them as stabilizers. He treats them as clues to investigate, not anchors to rest on. He applies it everywhere in his methods, in his writing. Sorry. So he's always poking at what is being smuggled in when people use these big nouns. And one of his areas of research is right and wrong, meaning normativity. Norms are our concepts of right and wrong. he treats normativity as a reification. And he does this in his 2013 book, Explaining the Normative. So he critiques how philosophers treat right and wrong and normativity as though it were a real, objective, freestanding force. And he says that this normativity, this notion of objective right and wrong, becomes reified into a mysterious property that compels action, when in fact, right and wrong comes from social practices, learned habits, and shared expectations. So instead of asking, what is the particular system of right and wrong in this particular context, he asks, what do people do when they invoke these norms, and how do these practices persist? So he dissolves the abstraction into patterns of human activity. He treats the state and expertise as worthy of critical examination. Right? He will not treat them as unified entities. He shows that what we call the state is a shifting network of bureaucrats, agencies, and experts, often in conflict with each other. Expertise isn't monolithic. It is a precarious claim, often built on self-interest, often assembled through institutions and professional closure and public deference. So political science might reify the state or science or expertise, and Stephen Turner will insist on its contingency, meaning dependent on, and its messiness. So when Stephen Turner looks at society, he focuses on actual practices, communication chains, institutions, instead of generating some illusion about a coherent society. So he's very much in the Max Weber school of sociology. When he talks about global warming, he doesn't deny the science, but he highlights how climate science has been turned into a single, unquestionable authority. And it's really a bunch of flawed models, flawed expert practices, and political choices often driven by personal interest and a desire for prestige. So Stephen Turner is not a big fan of reified abstractions like the science is settled. One of his terrific books of late is called Making Democratic Theory Democratic. And if you go to the Perlego app, that's like the Netflix of textbooks. Perlego. I love this app. Spent $144 for a year-long subscription. So he knows that democratic theory is turned into a priestly discourse far detached from ordinary democratic life, that almost all of our major democratic theorists aren't particularly democratic, right? They are primarily obsessed with promoting their own left-wing perspectives. So Turner resists taking the system, the state, the experts, normativity, science says, society as solid things. Instead, he unpacks them, looks at them as contingent, fallible human practices. It's his habit of mind. He has a method more than a confession. He prefers explanation over justification.
Well, can you speak to it now? Because we didn't cover it actually on the show this week, but it just came out that Clapper was putting massive pressure on them to just get this done. He was like, if we're going to have to, skip the normal protocols to get this done before Obama leaves office, is what he was really saying, and Trump comes in, then that's what we're going to have to do.
It's an extraordinary release that just came out from Tulsi Gabbard, and I encourage people to read it because unlike most Russiagate material, it's not very long.
So often people develop their highfalutin theories out of very painful personal experiences. And you see this in Stephen Turner's memoir. So he's got a line, I escaped Chicago with scars. So you see this in his theories, in his skepticism towards sociology's left-wing progressive narrative. His book, The Impossible Science, dissects American sociology's chronic institutional contradictions. He refuses to accept sociology as a teleology, meaning teleology is a theory of end results. Right? He refuses to see sociology as a teleology of improvement. Notes, I've always been prone to and comforted by Stoicism. Right? This is his method over confession. He explains what is happening without mystique. Talks about this room was where my life as an intellectual began. This is where you have his focus on tacit routines over reified rules, what really happens as opposed to the theory of what happens. He mentions that Saul Alinsky's reports about what was really going on often omitted gang rapes. So Turner has a bias towards anti-sanitization. He examines how authority frames and filters what counts as knowledge. He has a suspicion of myth-making. Says the event that most influenced his life was the Great Miami Hurricane of 1926, where all sorts of ideals collapse. He has a preference for what works. He looks at democracy as a legal administrative craft more than a moral aspiration. Talks about the area of Chicago where I was born was at the edge of an ongoing racial transformation. Probably shouldn't develop that. So he saw that Chicago South Side real estate contracts were portrayed as unfair, but the key to them was that there was no down payment. So Stephen Turner has a preference for reality over moralism. He looks at how incentives and constraints work among real fallible people. He does not discuss the part of his work that occupies much of his time, mentoring. He says, I got the life I wanted, but not in the place I wanted. So he learned to cope with painful reality. And the title of his book comes from an epigraph from sociologist Max Weber. Academic life is a mad hazard. So he embraces the contingency of academic life. He accepts working from the margins. He is anti-mysticism with regard to norms, practices, claims of expertise. So academic life is a mad hazard. That is his frame for his memoir. Right? It means that life is uncontrollably contingent, meaning contingent means depending on. Things will constantly be changing. Right? Your career, your life will often be shaped by accidents. There will be luck. There will be timing. There will be institutional politics. And these things will often have more effect on your life than merit. If you want to live in the middle, you have to abstain from investigating unpopular truths. And he embraced philosophy as a way of life. Didn't romanticize his academic career. He accepts the precariousness of it, and he responded to his setbacks with stoicism. So he looks at academic disciplines not as coherent, rational, truth-seeking projects, but unstable, contingent, flawed, fallible human compromises.
Long. It's only 2 emails. But what it is December 22nd, 2016, as the intelligence officials putting out that January 2017 report on alleged Russian interference are rushing to finalize their report. And Mike Rogers, the head of the NSA, sends an email to Comey, Clapper, and Brennan. And what does he say? He says, hey, guys, I have to relay some concerns I've gotten from my people, which is that when it comes to the core issue of blaming Russia for hacking and leaking Democratic Party emails, we're not being shown a sufficient amount of underlying intelligence, and we're not being given a sufficient amount of time to reach a proper conclusion. And we want to be confident in our conclusion. And then he goes on to say that, listen, if you're just going to put this out in the name of the CIA and the FBI, then that's fine. I'll withdraw my objections. But if you want our name on it, we need more access and we need more time because we're just not confident in the underlying intelligence. It's an extraordinary statement because because by that point, this is December 22nd. On December 9th, you had stories in the Washington Post and New York Times saying that the intelligence community has all agreed that Putin interfered in the election via hacking and leaking to help Trump. And this is now a few weeks later, Mike Rogers of the NSA saying, we have not been shown the intelligence that could help us reach that conclusion. So can you please give us more time and more access? And what James Clapper says is basically, yes, we'll do our best.
So when I went to UCLA, I made a friend with a professor of Scandinavian literature. And speaking of contingency, in the 1950s, when he decided to become an expert in Scandinavia, he thought that this would be a very important area of the world. He almost became a China expert, which would have given him a lot more status and prestige. So he admits to failing, right, to making a bad choice in choosing to specialize in Northern Europe. And he was a very tough grader, Jules Zentner, and he would teach Scandinavian movies such as the works of Ingmar Bergman. And one of the points that he would emphasize is that Americans think that communication solves a lot more problems than it does. And Ingmar Bergman movies are about people endlessly talking and trying to communicate to solve their problems, but it just doesn't cut it. So the dominant conventional elite understanding of liberal democracy is that our disputes become talked about. We get to talk things through, and through rational public conversation, that's the basis for how we're governed. And where Stephen Turner is great is that he demystifies many of these myths, right? That power, expertise, right, are shaped by self-interest, by organizations, by patronage, funding, credibility, right? That our communities and our societies run on tacit routines, meaning not necessarily said out loud, that the things we say about ourselves and our society are not necessarily what's really going on. What is counted as science or expertise or right and wrong emerges from institutional fights, self-interest, funding, and fragile justifications as different individuals and groups jockey for more power and prestige. So his life was disrupted. His career was spent on the margins, and this produced many of his theoretical interests. So I was curious, if you receive emotional, long, lengthy, confusing emails, particularly from women, AI is really good at translating woman talk into something that you as a man can get your head around, and it's also really good at taking what is not stated in an email and making it explicit. Often the primary concerns behind a volatile emotional email are not going to be explicitly stated. So I was curious, what drives Stephen Turner's productivity? He doesn't talk about personal drama in his memoir much, but his career is marked by very sharp intellectual clashes and a publishing strategy to protect and to justify his place in academic life. So Stephen Turner is a thinker who embraced the hazards of the margins. And why do I resonate to that? Because I, too, want to embrace the hazards of the margins, because that's where I spent my life, right? Out where the buses don't run no more. So he had disputes with Jürgen Habermas, right, rejecting the rational consensus and the privileged role for philosophy. So from Stephen Turner's perspective, Jürgen Habermas promotes mystifying elite rule, mystifying authoritarian elite rule. This is not how the world really works. Stephen Turner criticized the grand theories of sociology. The myth of sociology's linear progress exposed its contradictions. He rejected the right and wrong claims of famous philosophers. He rejects transcendental and quasi-mystical accounts of good and evil, right and wrong. He says that what we consider right and wrong depends on shifting group responses to reality. So he exposes how authority and expertise is contingent, right? Is constructed by people in changing situations. And he rejects the myth of a neutral, disinterested expertise. So Stephen Turner is very much a critic of orthodoxy. He was not content to color within the lines. He was not content to accept received frameworks. He wanted to reveal their scaffolding and the politics hidden inside. So for Stephen Turner and myself, live streams, he doesn't do live streams, I do live streams, but his publishing wasn't just publishing, it wasn't just output, it was protection. It was advancement. It was justification of his choice to engage in the mad hazard of academic life, just as what I do online in these live streams and my blogging. It's an attempt to protect myself, to advance myself, and to justify the mad hazard of my choice of living life on the margins. And one of the ways that I have tried to protect myself is through visibility, right? Make myself and my work visible. That way I'd be less likely to have people who would try to knock me over because they might fear that I will make visible their bad behavior. So Stephen Turner, like myself, we both tried to advance ourselves by carving out niches in areas where the buses don't run no more, into disciplinary borderlands, right, to move outside the mainstream. So if life is painful and it sucks being on the margins, well, at least try to use it to create great work. Right? If you don't have authority, then critique authority, analyze authority, demystify authority. Become society's diagnostician. Right? You feel you're in a precarious, anxious, marginalized place. Publish, create, right? Build a wall against these threats. Prove the value of your insights. So Stephen Turner devoted his life to feuding with the most powerful intellectual traditions, and to try to protect himself through publishing as a protective armor. So these made his life on the margins, well, never easy, but at least survivable. He has an incredible amount of productivity and range. Treated publishing as a survival, not as a luxury. He recognized he was at the margins, and so he decided to dig in at the margins and make that his specialty.
Best, but we may have to, quote, compromise on our normal, quote unquote, modalities. And he also says, but it's really important that we're all on the same page. And he even says, in the highest tradition of, quote, that's our story and we're sticking to it. So he's tacitly acknowledging there.
So crazy.
That they are basically, that they all need to be on the same page of a scam. But sorry, Mike Rogers, the NSA, which is the premier intelligence agency that will be able to actually reach.
So if you find you're on the margins, that's what I found. It's a painful place to be, but how do you make the best of it? Well, you analyze those who are at the center. You analyze power. So Stephen Turner made a career out of deflating big, comfortable ideas. I have made my online career talking about uncomfortable things. So here are some of Stephen Turner's most explosive claims that right and wrong, and known as normativity in academia, is not a spooky transcendent realm. It's something that's created by self-interested individuals and groups. That the things that people do are habits, emulations, presuppositions, not occult, transcendent, collective objects. That cognitive science undercuts any notion of shared frameworks. There's no common mental server from which we can download shared understandings of right and wrong. That to the extent that we coordinate, this emerges from our individual incentives and our unspoken tacit routines. He says the expert is political. The expert power is created by people. It's not a given. It's produced by alignments of self-interested institutions and individuals who use claims about knowledge and expertise to aggregate, legitimate, and distribute power. And that neutral expertise is a myth. So his bombshells strip away sanctified abstractions of normativity, practices, neutral expertise, rule of law, and rebuild explanation from within reality, from within our cognitive and practical and institutional routines and realities. He operates a program of deflation with teeth.
This conclusion, and I've been putting this out for years, that the NSA is the premier agency that could tell us whether or not Russia hacked and leaked the DNC, because basically they can see and they can rewind the entire internet. And the fact that Mike Rogers is complaining there shows that low confidence assessment that the NSA and the FBI had back in September had not changed in December, and that all this allegation of Russian hacking and leaking, it didn't come from the NSA. It came from the CIA.
So overwhelming demand right now in the chat, and this is unspoken. You won't literally see it in things people are saying, but I can sense that you demand an anti-reification cheat sheet to the work of Stephen Turner. So, reified concept, the state, what it pretends to be, a single purposeful actor. Turner's anti-reification move to show what it really is. It's a patchwork of agencies and office holders with conflicting incentives. That outcomes depend upon bureaucratic routines and interagency politics. That science is not the neutral reservoir of facts that it is presented as. It is a coalition of labs, models, individuals, methods, funding, and boundaries. That scientific authority is organized and policed. It is not a neutral thing. It's not a given. Normativity, what we concede, believe, feel is right and wrong. Right? It's not some sui generis, unique force that compels us. It is a bunch of practices, habits, sanctions, and reasons. No special entity needed to explain the ought. That expertise is not a political objective authority, but it comes from credentialing, reputational economies, professional closure, authority claims, all socially developed and maintained. Society is not one thing with intentions. It is a network of interaction between institutions, individuals, tacit coordination mechanisms. It's not an agent. That public reason deliberation, not some open rational consensus forming. It is an agenda controlling, framing, excluding, and expressive thing where people lobby to speak and to gain power and to frame what conversations are acceptable. Democratic theory is not some kind of neutral blueprint for democracy. It is an academic and overwhelmingly left-wing legitimating narrative with all sorts of hidden premises that refuses to hold itself answerable to democratic practices. The rule of law is not some kind of impartial rule set above politics. It is a trade-off among people. It's a trade-off among goals of clarity, discretion, predictability, fairness. Markets are not natural impersonal allocators. They are legal institutional constructions with embedded power, rules, enforcement designs about who wins and loses. That the climate global warming consensus is not one unified scientific will, policy, standard, expertise. It is a collection of evidence, models, uncertainty, moral rhetoric, institutions, individuals, self-interested, fallible, separating facts from value-laden policy choices. So his work demystifies oughts, looks at reality and mechanisms, habits, the tacit sanctions, incentives, institutions. And so you can then use him to understand the news, which is what I've been doing a lot the last few weeks. So you see that we need more regulation to ensure that AI must be safe and trustworthy. Well, trustworthy and safe are not magic, right? Look at how the mechanisms work and whose ox gets gored. WHO, World Health Organization, COVID pandemic agreement, right? We've got a historic accord to make pandemic response fairer and faster. Well, look beneath the slogans about equity and solidarity to see how procurement works, data is shared, funding works. Boeing needs more oversight because it needs a renewal of a safety culture. Well, the safety talk is cheap. Look at the constraints, the incentives, grounding orders, halt of production, compliance audits. NCAA settlement, the end of amateurism as a binding norm. Used to be that college sports is supposed to be about amateur ideals and athletes shouldn't be paid. Well, this amateur norm held only so long as institutions enforced it. We need social media warning labels to protect the kids. We need to protect children against the mental health risks of social media. Well, protect is rhetoric. Who gets the power to decide what is protection? So translate slogans such as safety, equity, amateurism, Protect the kids into testable mechanisms, deadlines, caps, audits, sanctions, money flows. Ask who gains and who loses when the mechanism fires. That tells you how the norm will bind people. Track revisions and track the exceptions.
Came from John Brennan and his ally James Clapper, who were refusing to show the NSA the basis for that conclusion.
And now we know, having seen that House report, why they did not want to show the underlying evidence to Mike Rogers at NSA, because it was, quote, one scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of a sentence from one of the substandard reports, which was the only classified information.
So how do you succeed in the realm of knowledge in the academy?
Want to get better at it. But in order for us to do that, you have to be dealing with the stuff we say is knowledge. That might not feel good, but that's how it works. So, important isn't going to do it. New isn't going to do it. Original isn't going to do it. Because I talk to people and they say, you know, people don't think this is valuable, they're not publishing it. Well, somebody says they don't think it's important. So you know what they do? They say, this important study. Oh, no. What is it about B that makes it feel important? What is it? Tell me the words on the page.
There's like a disconnect between our theory and
Here's what I literally want you to do. I want you to literally, everybody in the room, I want you to literally go through 1B and circle the words, the specific words that are making it valuable to the audience, to the readers. What's the first verb you see? A word, not verb. What's the first word you see that makes it valuable? Nonetheless. Next. Accepted is, but actually widely. Accepted. Next. However. Next. Although. Next. Inconsistent. Next. Reported. Next. Anomaly. Here's my first piece of advice to you that you can do to make your writing better starting this afternoon. Spend 15 minutes a week for the rest of this year taking articles in your field, print them out so you have a hard copy, go through and circle every word in the writing that is creating value to the readers.
So for different people, different words will make them light up. For Christians, by and large, love makes Christians light up. For Americans, usually the word freedom makes them light up. For Australians, the word fairness makes them light up. And if knowledge is a conversation through time where a tiny number of people decide what knowledge is, you need to use the words and the references that make those people with the knowledge, right, light up. So the academy is a prestige economy. It's not a neutral marketplace of ideas. And this video acknowledges that. Success does not come from truth or merit, doesn't come from developing the best ideas and arguments. It comes from signaling allegiance to the small gatekeepers who define what counts as knowledge. Right? And this is not just true in the economy. This is how the world usually works. So a prestige economy does not operate as a marketplace of ideas where arguments compete on truth alone, right? The prestige economy operates as a symbolic economy. The real currency is prestige, reputation, status, recognition from peers, and association with status and high-status institutions. So prestige drives prestige economies. Prestige, not truth, drives careers. Scholars seek publication in high-prestige journals, positions at high-prestige universities, and endorsement from high-prestige authorities because these confer symbolic capital. The gatekeeping is structural. You want resources, funding, graduate students, media attention flows to those who have prestige. So this is why many ideas flourish despite being stupid, while other ideas that are true are ignored regardless of their merit. So ideas are evaluated within a particular society. And the prestige and power of an idea don't depend on its merit or truth. They depend on who's saying it and who promotes it and where's the money at. So you have claims of neutrality policed by these prestige networks. Consensus is manufactured. Right? 51 intelligence experts tell us that the Hunter Biden laptop story bears all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. What gets taught, canonized, treated as knowledge, as news, is a reflection of prestige economy. Who has the standing to declare that something is news, something is knowledge, something is settled? It's not a product primarily of open debate. Expertise is persuasive in politics, not because it's true, not because of the power of argument, but because it is prestigious, it is affiliated, it is credentialed, it is elite. And this is understood by people as authoritative. So prestige economies allow numerous ridiculous ideas to flourish, right? Such as fashionable identity-based theories. Everything is systemic racism, sexism. Science is an oppressive structure, right? These are unforceable ideas that win prestige and grants and careers because they align with current ideological climates and they carry social cachet. Nonsensical, overblown claims about big data and neuroscience, right? When you get new methods, when you get neuroimaging and genetics and brain scans and AI predicts behavior, right? When these new methods arise, you get huge resources thrown at them despite their limited explanatory power. So the prestige comes from being cutting edge. New, right? New is the essential part of news. You won't know what's new, right? The prestige does not come from producing knowledge that withstands scrutiny. The replication crisis in psychology, social priming, implicit bias tests, power posing, right? These were all substantiated and promoted by prestigious institutions rather than being promoted on the basis of reliability and truth. So the academy often rewards flash and prestige, not truth and robustness. Right? All sorts of things such as race and IQ studies, sociobiology, genetic studies of crime are attacked as non-neutral and illegitimate. So we have all sorts of grand unified social theories such as by Jürgen Habermas and Rawls. Right? You have all these abstract constructs that dominate whole fields in the academy because of their prestige, not because they map to reality. So you have dumb ideas that gain prestige and funding. So what are the top 5 dumbest ideas that get prestige in the academy? Sciences, oppression, and racism and sexism. Brain scan mysticism. We've got flashy MRI blobs and neuroscience buzzwords to explain why we vote, why we fall in love, why we cheat. Right? We've got all these big grants flowing to whatever sounds flashy and scientific. That which sounds cutting edge. We've got all sorts of social psychology fairy dust. Right? Smiling makes you happy. Power poses turn you into a CEO. Right? These sexy, counterintuitive findings that dominate the works of charlatans like Malcolm Gladwell. Replication be damned, prestige, funding. That's where it's at. Safe space social constructionism. Right? Biology is irrelevant. Studying biology is taboo. You need to create safe spaces. Right? When you repeat what does not get you canceled, right? When you simply repeat nonsense that is rewarded and funded and accorded prestige, right? You're going to have a lot of people doing that. On the other hand, what are the most dangerous, unprestigious ideas in the academy? Right? Genetic influence on behavior gets no prestige because it's easy to brand as racist and determinist. There's no funding for this. Scholars who engage in this get smeared, right? But ignoring biology leaves us with bad policy built on wishful thinking. You don't get funding or prestige for examining the limits of expertise, but recognizing that experts are fallible and self-interested and that their authority rests more on their social networks of prestige rather than on empirical truth. There's no funding for this. There's no prestige for this because admitting this undermines the very system that rewards academics. But blind trust in experts fuels disasters like financial crashes, botched wars, pandemic missteps. There's no status or prestige or funding for pointing out the fragility of liberal claims of neutrality. The state cannot stay neutral. When the state decides what counts as knowledge, it's not neutral. But this critique gets no prestige because it destabilizes the comforting myths that pluralism and elite rule and reason and expertise will save us. But without grappling with this reality, societies cannot see why culture wars spiral into epistemic civil wars. There's no prestige, power, or funding for pointing out the mediocrity of peer review. Peer review isn't a gold standard. It's a clubby gatekeeping process that rewards conformity and punishes originality. But it gets no prestige because everyone in the system depends upon pretending that the referee is impartial. So genuine breakthroughs are slowed while flashy nonsense sails through. You will not get prestige or funding for pointing out the irrelevance of most academic research. Right? Vast swaths of academic output are unread, unreplicated, and irrelevant. But no one likes to admit that their career is built on nonsense. So resources are wasted and urgent social problems are unstudied. So the prestige economy flips reality upside down. The safest, shallowest, flashiest, most ideologically convenient ideas get prestige and funding, while the most profound, unsettling, policy relevant, and truth-tracking ideas get buried in the prestige economy.
If you see an article that you think doesn't have any of those words, send it to me. I'll give you my email. Send me your email and say, Larry, I found an article that doesn't do it. Here's what I bet. You will see none. I will see 10. Now, 10's 5. I guarantee you 5. Likely 10. What's going on? How come you don't see them and I see 5 or 10? You missed them here. I see them. I know the code.
Right. Every group has a code. And if you want to succeed with that group, you have to learn the code. So let's look at nonsensical, prestigious ideas versus dangerous, ignored ideas. Right? Prestigious, nonsensical idea, science is oppression. Right? Why is this prestigious? It aligns with fashionable, woke moral narratives. Women in particular love this. It's easy to signal your virtue, and there's very little empirical risk because it can't be falsified. Dangerous, ignored, low status idea, genetic influence on behavior. So policy gets warped if biology is off limits. If you ignore the heritability, right, this will produce misguided educational crime and public policies. Brain scan, mysticism, the neuro explains everything, right? It's flashy, gets big grants, it feels cutting edge, but not a lot of substance behind it. Right, pointing out the limits of expertise, right, that will prevent technocratic overreach, protect democracy from credentialed error, but no status or funding for pointing that out. Social psychology fairy dust about power posing and priming, right? It's TED Talk friendly, counterintuitive. You get quick wins in top journals, you get prestige and funding. If you point out the truth of the mediocrity of peer review, right, it will improve the quality of academic life, but no prestige, no funding. Safe space social constructionism, that all differences between groups are purely social constructions. This is politically safe. You're rewarded for your conformity. Women in particular resonate to this. You get to shield your career from taboo topics, but you ignore a dangerous truth about the fragility of claims of liberal neutrality. Right? Liberal neutral institutions are policing dissent. So prestige follows status incentives, not truth incentives. The ideas that we need the most are often the ideas that get the least reward. Doing the right thing will often not bring you status and money. Right? A narrow elite controls discourse in different areas of knowledge. They decide who gets cited, who gets promoted, who gets funded, who gets published, and which discussions and debates are socially permitted. So to cite those who decide what knowledge is, it's not just an intellectual move, it's an essential survival tactic within the club. We have proclamations about beautiful ideals, If you want to know how the world really works, look at practices often unspoken. All right, the real rules of success in academia and elsewhere are usually unstated, non-meritocratic, and at odds with the formal ideals. Right? There are a tiny number of powerful people who decide what is knowledge, what is news.
Every community has its own codes. The communities you're entering have their own codes. A set of words that communicates value. You must know the codes of the communities you're working in, and they are particular to communities. Some codes are shared among a bunch of communities, some aren't. You've got to know. You've got to know. You spend 15 minutes a week for the rest of this year, you'll be doing two things. One, you'll be training yourself to look for the code of creating value. The other thing you'll be doing, if you're smart, is you'll be writing down each of those words, and you'll be creating an invaluable word list.
Yeah, you get to learn the codes of those who will determine the success of your career. So Ernest Becker is a great compliment to Stephen Turner's work. So Ernest Becker argues that we construct hero systems, religions, ideologies, careers, art, to fend off an existential dread of our own insignificance, and that communities and societies enforce these hero systems as sacred, and to violate your community's hero system will result in ostracism, because hero systems stabilize meaning. So hero systems often have grand narratives. Stephen Turner digs into the tacit, what people actually do that's often unspoken. Stephen Turner examines the unstated rules that make these hero system narratives function. Right, Ernest Becker gives the why, our anxiety about our mortality and our insignificance. Stephen Turner highlights the how, right? The tacit micro-level practices and institutional structures that protect a particular hero system. Every hero system requires epistemic closure, right? You are protected from any threat to your most sacred beliefs. Every society, every community protects their sacred hero system. Every academic discipline and institution also enforces taboos, such as in the reactions to the bell curve to defend their legitimating myths. Right? This epistemic suppression is essential to maintaining social order. The prestige economy is a secular hero system. Right? Your career can be your hero system. You get symbolic immortality by gaining prestige in your career. We've got the academy structured to channel this ambition into prestige metrics such as citations, recognition, tenure. Right, these metrics are coping structures more than truth-tracking devices. So the terror of our insignificance and mortality drives our need for a hero system and for a system of stable meaning. And institutions that provide this stability are themselves fragile, contingent, and arbitrary. So the hero system of the academy is unreliable. It leads to a life of mad hazard rather than a secure shelter. Ernest Becker provides the existential depth, and Turner explains the tacit, the institutional machinery by which hero systems operate, such as the academic prestige, expert authority, discipline, taboos that are maintained to protect certain hero systems.
So that when it's a week before something is done and you're doing one of your revisions, you're going to do what? You're going to do the same thing on your own work. And if you can't underline 10 words in the first 2 paragraphs, you're going to do what? You're going to go to the word list and you're going to dump them in. Right. Sometimes it's that simple. Sometimes we take articles that wouldn't get published, and in an hour we do things and they get published. Sometimes weeks. I'm not suggesting this is always magic, but sometimes it's magic. Because sometimes the problems are pretty simple. The problems have to do with these people. You have to know them.
So I finished Sam Tannenhaus's biography of William F. Buckley, and then I took in a pretty good PBS American Masters show on the incomparable Mr. Buckley.
Buckley acknowledges that McCarthy has used questionable methods, that he has lied.
Forgive him for his occasional excess.
But for the most part, he says, that's okay because McCarthy's doing this for the right cause. and because people on the other side are so much worse. To Buckley, the idea was that the political establishment had been so captured by a form of liberalism that in fact the mantle was going to have to be taken up somewhere else. Buckley thought of himself as a lone figure battling forces much more powerful than he was. And that.
So what type of people attack the establishment or want to demystify authority, right? Those who are not being benefited by the establishment and by authority.
Outsider identity really fueled his ambition and became really central to the movement itself.
Buckley believed that ideas...
So I moved to America, to California in 1977 at age 11, and America has much more veneration of the individual and of the greatness of individuals achieving success than the Australian society from which I sprang. And I took it for granted as I formed a right-wing hero system that started becoming coherent by about age 14 with Ronald Reagan's election in 1980, that individualism was the essence of what it meant to be a conservative, and that libertarian Milton Friedman style approach to economics is kind of the essence of being right-wing. And then I read this book, Predisposed, and it makes the point that resource distribution is not the essence of the political. We don't have that much evolutionary history with resource distribution because there wasn't much of a way of maintaining and protecting resources until relatively recently.
Rule the world. And when he looked at the history of the United States, he had seen good ideas, the ideas of the American founding, replaced by bad ideas, the ideas of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The overall idea that big government was here to stay was not something that was challenged.
Eisenhower answers America.
Even Republicans like Eisenhower bought it.
I stand.
So Paul Gottfried also helped me to see through the nonsense of Conservatism Incorporated. One of the more ridiculous things that you hear from Conservatism Incorporated is that individualism is some key essential right-wing value. And in this new biography of William F. Buckley, he's repeatedly described as an individualist. And the Bill Buckley in this book and in this documentary sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like he was often a good friend, a generous benefactor, an attention-grabbing poser, a reality star, an influencer, but he doesn't come across as particularly right-wing. And I ask Rock, isn't classical liberalism kind of left-wing? Because it emphasizes the primacy of the individual, and right-wing conceptions of life, such as nationalism, tribalism, religion, do not tend to be individual-focused. Right, classical liberalism, with its focus on the individual rights, individual liberty, free markets, limited government, right? These sound to me much more like left-leaning values that venerate personal freedom and social equality. Right? This classical liberalism emerged in the 17th and 18th century as part of a radical challenge to monarchy, to tradition, to hierarchy. So classical liberalism's advocacy for rights like free speech, religious tolerance, economic freedom, right? These are revolutionary, progressive, maybe even left-wing. Right? The left tends to place much more emphasis on the moral foundations relating to the unjust treatment of individuals, right? There's harm and a lack of fairness when individuals are mistreated. Conservatives focus more on loyalty, authority, and purity. So when you hear that an individual's fallen out with a community, the typical left-wing approach or left-wing sensitivity is, why did the community mistreat this individual? The right will more likely focus on group considerations. So people on the left are much more outraged by moral wrongs when an individual is socially ostracized. A person on the right is much more likely to say, What did that person do to become ostracized? Is it because he's not one of us? Because he was disloyal? Because he broke the rules? Because he thumbed his nose at the accepted way of doing things? Because he did something that other people find disgusting? And I read a terrific book by an academic author at Yale who I interviewed in 2007 or 2005. The book is called The Making of the American Conservative Mind, National Review and Its Times. And it seems like the National Review, the most famous American conservative publication, featured many individualists, which is all well and good, but it's certainly not right-wing. And I recognize I sound like a poor man's Paul Gottfried. So Frank Meyer, loved freedom, founding editor. Right, he would seem to isolate freedom from all other good things. He would idolize it, advocate it in a utopian manner. Russell Kirk was not a fan of Frank Meyer, but he, in his own way, created a practical political theory so that libertarians and traditionalists could work together on a common conservative project. So both these guys, even though they hated each other, Frank Meyer and Russell Kirk, they were both eccentric, bookish conservatives, isolated in their personal lives, colorful personalities with large followings and few friends. So for each of these, right, for Russell Kirk, his ideal man is the man of the church, the university, the library, the community, the man of the city. For Frank Meyer, his man is against the sky, creating himself in perpetual acts of choosing. Both of these conceptions are rooted in their own lived experience. They are both existentialists, which is not meaning that you create your meaning in reaction to circumstances. That's not a right-wing conception of life. The right-wing understanding is that meaning, purpose, the way that you should act is an objective standard outside of you to which you should conform, and that your primary obligation is to do your duty, not to follow your bliss, right? If your primary duty is to follow your bliss, that's much more of a left-wing conception. But people like Buckley and Kirk and Russell, they spoke out of their own lived experience, out of their own drama, out of their own sense that a mighty fortress is my mind and my conscience, which is a left-wing conception of life, that you can decide what is right and wrong, meaningful and purposeful on your own, with your own buffered identity, is an enlightened left-wing conception. So Protestantism is about individual choice, individual salvation. And even though both Russell Kirk and Frank Meyer were Protestants, they both eventually chose the Catholic Church. But evangelical Christianity and Protestantism sit uneasily with a right-wing conception of life because Protestantism is so individual salvation focused. So Frank Meyer would talk about the rights of individual freedom. Right? This is a liberal left-wing conception of life. Yet he was the founding editor of this conservative National Review. So Russell Kirk, Frank Meyer, Bill Buckley, James Burnham, they were all present at the creation of National Review in 1955. They were all individualists. And this book details that evangelical Christianity, form of Protestant Christianity, is non-traditional, anti-traditional, rejects traditional magisterial Christianity. It holds fast the literal words of Scripture and the power of the individual to just approach the Bible on his own and to tap into divine truth. And it is a religious focus on the individual experience, the personal relationship with God, which works against creedal Christianity, organized Christianity, against dogma and authority. So from a right-wing perspective, trusting in the individual, in his own individual experience with text to relate to God and to decide right and wrong, meaning and purpose on his own, is radical. So there's so much in evangelical Christianity in particular that is quite ill-suited to a right-wing conception of life. Right? There is an anti-conservative, anti-traditional bias built into evangelical Christianity, because evangelical Christianity venerates the individual's experience of the Word of God and the individual's relationship with God as against tradition and authority, which has its own beauty, but it's not particularly a right-wing beauty.
And for expanded Social Security and more real benefits. If I'm president, I'll give you older folks action, not just sympathy.
If you had talked about conservatives in the early 1950s, people wouldn't have been clear what you were even talking about. There really wasn't anything called the conservative movement. So it was really something that Buckley created de novo.
It wasn't very conservative. It was a mechanism for Buckley to get prestige and to feel important, just like intervening overseas is a very exciting, prestigious thing for people to do in the foreign policy establishment, but not necessarily aligned with America's best interests.
Buckley recognizes the role that magazines played in the first part of the 20th century in helping shape the American left. So what Buckley really wants is a magazine of his own.
Bill starts National Review, but it's far more than a magazine. It was, he felt, the way by which a movement could be created and could challenge the prevailing liberal zeitgeist.
As he says in the opening editorial, the role of National Review is to stand up for the principles and values that informed the founding of the United States.
Okay, the principles and values that formed the founding of the United States were anti-tradition, anti-hierarchy. They were not right-wing. Doesn't mean they were bad. I'm not objecting to them. I'm just pointing out they're not right-wing. So I got ChatGPT to agree with me. I know AI bots want to please their users, but Chat notes that Buckley's individualism does put him at odds with the core moral instincts of the traditional right. The post-war conservative coalition in America sold itself. Right? It presented itself as defending individual liberty. But what people say and what movements say and institutions say is not necessarily what is true. Right? This is largely rhetorical cover for defending a specific social order rooted in genuine right-wing values of loyalty, hierarchy, and cultural homogeneity. So Buckley took this social order conservatism and wrapped it in libertarian-sounding language to make it more palatable to educated elites. Because there's one type of politics that educated elites loathe, and that is traditional social conservatism, right? They don't mind libertarianism. They hate traditional religious and social conservatism. So right-wing moral reasoning is not every man for himself. That's every man in his place in service of the group, in service of these external ideals. So Bill Buckley loved being a free-spirited, independent-minded contrarian. It's not really a right-wing personality. This is why many right-wingers saw Buckley as slippery and suspect. And it was kind of weird for me that individualism was held up as this big right-wing value. And why does the American right market itself on the basis of individual freedom? Because that polls better than group conformity. But in practice, loyalty, hierarchy, purity, homogeneity are the bedrock of the right-wing approach to life. So Bill Buckley was a salesman who knew how to rebrand the product.
And for Buckley, that meant a free market. It meant a limited government. And
right, free market, resource distribution, these are not part of our evolutionary, genetic, political instincts. So you can have right and left-wing approaches to markets and resource distribution that are just all over the place.
And overall, it meant an implacable anti-communism.
In large part, this is instrumental, right? The one thing that would bring about a coalition of Republican voters is loathing of communism.
But you can't do a magazine all by yourself. You've got to have other people to run it. So who does he find? Well, he finds this wonderful alliance of ex-communists.
So what type of people convert to a new religion, right? People like myself. What type of people first embrace communism, then become fierce anti-communists? And for about 3 years when I was in the academy, I loved to tell people I was an atheistic communist, right? We're talking here, people like me and people like these figures behind the founding of National Review. We are psychologically flawed people who, right, have our own, right, psychological malfunctions that drives us to do extreme things.
Including Russell Kirk, the most famous of them. He finds James Burnham. He was an American Trotskyist. Bill found his college professor, Wilmore Kendall. He was both a very compelling man and an extremely difficult one. There was Willy Schlamm, who was an Austrian emigre. Frank Meyer becomes the book review editor, and he was nocturnal. You know, he'd wake up as the sun was going down, and then he'd go to sleep as it was rising back up.
And then there's the prize they all want. The most famous ex-communist in America, Whittaker Chambers.
Mr. Hiss represents the concealed enemy against which we are all fighting and I am fighting.
These men don't like each other very much. They're factions. But what Buckley sees is that there are many things upon which these factions disagree, but they can be united by what they oppose. And so Buckley thinks of anti-communism as the glue that can hold these factions together.
So people who make these dramatic shifts, people like myself, from communism to anti-communism or from one religion to another, we're all marked by inordinate levels of neuroticism, which means you enjoy feeling bad and you hang out there feeling bad. And so you will feel desperately driven to recreate this wonderful new self under the guise of some new external, abstract, intellectual, religious commitment.
At that time, National Review was at 35th Street in Manhattan. It was an old apartment building. So every office was kind of small. There were lots of bathrooms, an unusually large number of bathrooms.
Buckley spends a great deal of his time in New York City, where he works at editing his magazine.
So these blokes behind National Review, right, highly neurotic, socially maladjusted in many ways, troubled souls who were very good at getting attention, but not particularly right-wing.
National Review. His sister Priscilla is managing editor of the magazine.
It was a real, I'm trying to avoid the word ratty, but it was kind of...
Right, so in any traditional conception of reality and politics and right and wrong, right, whether you're religious, monarchist, nationalist, right, the self, the individual, is not the source of moral truth. The self is a vessel for a greater truth and duty that exists outside of yourself, right? Meaning comes from that which is outside of you, from God, from tradition, from the nation, from natural law. Your role is to align yourself with these external standards. Autonomy is only good insofar as it helps you to fulfill your duty, right? And the Enlightenment and the modern, the left-wing approach is to flip that, right? It makes the individual the locus of authority. Rights are not granted by God or king. They're just inherent in you. Morality is something that you reason or feel. That's the DNA of modern liberalism and leftism. That's why individualism sits awkwardly inside any genuine traditional system. So these right-wingers, these folks at National Review could talk trad when that served them, but that they were so clearly pushing themselves forward as individualists, right, puts them much more in the Enlightenment liberal mode, right? The self is the meaning maker rather than the communal, duty-bound morality that constitutes every large right-wing hero system.
Genteelly shabby.
With Buckley at this editorial meeting is a who's who of conservatism. James Burnham, the author and political philosopher.
Buckley took this ragtag bunch of competing, inconsistent, and warring ideas He brought them under one tent.
Buckley was able to say to them, what you have to say matters, and I want to provide you with a platform to say it. And we can be founding fathers of a conservative movement.
At this time, it gives me great pleasure to present Mr. William Buckley, Jr.
By the early 60s, Buckley had lectured on hundreds of college campuses in 45 out of the 50 states.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here, and I'm very much...
What he wanted to do was create a new generation of conservatives. He met young people all the time, and what he found was...
So, what made him successful was not the integrity or the depth of his thought. It was not from standing up to objective systems of truth and morality. It was a matter of packaging himself and attracting attention.
They liked him because he was anti-establishment.
That American resistance by the minority is nowadays more remarkable than American acquiescence by the majority.
Buckley had a sense that building a movement from the youth up was a key way to pushing forward your...
And who is having a great deal of success doing the same thing on the right? The John Birch Society. They were competition, and so Buckley recognized it'd be good for him and for his movement if he could anathematize and excommunicate the Birches.
Ideas. So he says to a bunch of young conservative college students, why don't I invite you to my father's house in Sharon, Connecticut, and we will discuss what this looks like.
Who do we got?
Is they take over the Republican Party.
The Republican National Convention reaches San Francisco to name a presidential nominee for 1964.
This must have been the perfect moment for Buckley. And as he drives to the convention center, he sees the energy in the streets. He sees the youthful excitement from Barry Goldwater, and his conservative movement is finally happening.
For more than a half hour, the Goldwater backers swoop it up to the Senate. Their overwhelming majority here is no accident.
Goldwater wins the nomination. He was somewhat a new personality to most Americans.
So I finished the Sam Tannen House biography of Buckley. I recommend it, even though pretty much every conservative I've seen review it. Everyone I know who likes Buckley doesn't like this biography, but I think it's pretty good. And there's an excellent accompanying volume, The Making of the American Conservative Mind, National Review in its Times, which came out in 2005 from one of the key players over the years in the National Review, Jeffrey Hart.
American voters. And so they're waiting for him to introduce himself to them.
I accept your nomination with a deep sense of humility.
So Goldwater is best known in literary terms for The Conscience of the Conservative. He did not write one word of that book. Right, it was written entirely by Brent Bozell.
Goldwater slits his own throat in his acceptance speech.
I would remind you that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice.
He is basically saying extremism is okay.
So if the institutions serve you, then saying these extreme things is not a good strategy, right? For most Americans in 1964, they had a sense that the government, by and large, was on their side and that American institutions were serving them. Trump voters, by and large, do not feel the government is on their side and do not feel that America's major institutions are serving them.
Okay with me.
And let me remind you also that moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue.
Americans at the time were concerned about a presidential candidate who seemed extreme. These were high-stakes times.
Right. If the conventional is working for you, you are going to fear the unconventional. If the conventional is not working for you, you will be much more open to the conventional.
The Cold War.
quite quickly, Goldwater becomes tagged as someone who is essentially the candidate of paranoid conspiracists of the John Birch Society.
The John Birch Society is a group of Americans who have joined together to combat the evil forces which now threaten our country.
So asking who benefits is not the only question to ask about political, social, cultural, religious developments, but it's a pretty good question to ask.
Our lives and our civilization.
The John Birch Society was founded by Robert Welch, who was, among other things, a candy magnate.
He was famous for junior mints, milk duds, made a fortune.
So when Robert Welch and the John Birch Society were useful for William F. Buckley, then he desisted from saying anything too harsh about them. But when they got in the way of his prestige and power, right, then he changed.
Very white and sort of in his proper attire for the debate. Buckley had been formally debating since the crib practically, and there he is in his element. What will this voice of conservatism have to say about race and civil rights?
A few years earlier, in 1957, National Review publishes an editorial, Why the South Must Prevail. Buckley phrases the question.
So things like civil rights and almost every political question gets discussed publicly by our elites in terms of universal conceptions of right and wrong, as opposed to whose ox is going to be gored by this development and which groups will benefit.
Is the South justified in keeping its black citizens from voting?
So the only way to maintain control of a territory and your set of norms, your understanding of right and wrong, is through men standing up and showing their willingness to use force. Now, many parts of America were strengthened and benefited by the imposition of a significant federal civil rights regime. And there are other groups who are diminished. And the dominance and territory was taken away from some groups and given to other groups.
And therefore politically controlling the region. He writes, the sobering answer is yes. The white community is so entitled because for the...
So to maintain the safety, security, and dominance of your group, right, do you want to do it primarily on the basis of abstract philosophical principles or on the honest basis of self-interest? That your people want to preserve and protect and advance themselves and want to maintain, for example, the society or community which it has built. And they do not require universal moral principles to support them.
For the time being, it is the advanced race.
It's not perhaps surprising that...
Right, not a particularly compelling argument that one is the advanced race, right? Every people has strengths and weaknesses. These strengths and weaknesses will manifest themselves differently in different situations, right? There's no one advanced race, right? There's no one race that's more advanced than another, but you can see certain patterns with certain groups having certain strengths in certain situations and other groups having weaknesses.
Buckley is defending Southern segregationists in National Review. He was very sympathetic to the South. His mother was a Southerner. They were frequent visitors to South Carolina where they had a winter home. There were maids and serving people. That was the reality that he grew up with.
Right. Do you require universal principles to want to protect your people? Do you require that your group display a level of excellence that other groups cannot attain to protect your people? Or do you just love your people and want to protect your people even if they're not the greatest, not the best, or not aligned with this or that Enlightenment statement of universal moral principles? Right? What's more important to you? Your moral principles, your universal philosophical conceptions or your pragmatic, people-focused interests?
And he didn't really question it.
It is unpleasant to adduce statistics evidencing the cultural superiority of white over Negro, but it is a fact. Reasonable limitations upon the vote.
All right, not particularly compelling arguments here by Bill Buckley against civil rights.
Are not exclusively the recommendation of tyrants.
One of the slogans of the civil rights movement in those days was freedom now. Buckley's slogan for the civil rights movement would have been some freedom one day when you're ready.
So when you extend freedom for one group, does this extend freedom for everyone? No. When you extend freedom for one group, right, you can only do it by taking away freedom from other groups. So by extending civil rights freedoms, this could only be accomplished by reducing traditional freedoms of association and private property.
You cannot be a full citizen until you're ready. And we will be the ones in charge of making you ready, and we will tell you when you're ready.
Mr. James Baldwin is hardly in need of introduction. His reputation, both as a novelist and as an advocate of civil rights, is international.
James Baldwin, at that point, had become one of the most famous writers in the world. He was really second only to Martin Luther King as a face associated with that phase of the Civil Rights Revolution.
And he did not attain this status and prestige and popularity and applause through the profundity of his thought, through his commitment to truth. Right? He was an incoherent, nonsensical creator of deeply flawed arguments. But he happened to hold the prestige and the status because he made people feel certain things with his words, even if they didn't make much sense.
So there he is, invited to the world's oldest debating society to debate this motion, which is the American dream, at the expense of the American Negro.
Okay, completely ridiculous concept, right? The American dream does not depend on American blacks. It does not rely on them. It's not at the expense of them. For all that blacks in America have suffered, they are still the most affluent and successful Africans in the world.
Good evening.
Right, if there had never been one slave brought to America, America would still become the richest country in the world, would have still become the richest country in the world by the 1880s, and the most militarily powerful by World War II.
It would seem to me that the proposition before the House, when I put it that way, is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro. That one's response to that question has to depend on an effect on where you find yourself in the world. This means, in the case of
So when James Baldwin strengthened and developed his in-group African-American identity, right, what always comes along with that is a sense of victimization by outgroups. Cannot develop any in-group identity without simultaneously developing a sense of victimization by outgroups.
American Negro.
Now, when James Baldwin was more Christian than black, right, he didn't have this resentment against white people. Didn't have it at such an intense level.
From the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white.
Right, if his dominant hero system was Christian, as it used to be, he would not have spoken with this racial resentment because he would have seen the world through a Christian lens.
And since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you.
Well, if you grow up in an insular in-group, right, you may indeed be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of age before you recognize that there are other people in the world aside from your in-group, right? You are raised in an insular Jewish community, right? You will be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of age before you realize that there are non-Jews in the world.
It comes as a great shock.
I was moved by it, and the people around me were moved.
Right, you're not moved by it because it's morally profound, it's intellectually profound, it is empirically sound, right? You were moved by it because there was great status and prestige, and it was the popular in thing to do to be moved by this level of nonsense. Now, you can only claim that you're moved by it if you're willing to abandon any claims of intellectual depth and any commitment to truth, right? Only a buffoon is moved by this nonsense from James Baldwin.
Moved by it because I could feel his personal pain.
Oh my God, you could feel his personal pain, right? This is Earl Hopper, Cambridge University instructor. Right, what a flimsy basis for being moved.
Which he didn't hide.
Isn't 400 years enough? 400 years, at least 3 wars. The American soil is full of the corpses of my ancestors. Why is my freedom of my...
Yes, and American soil is filled with the corpses of other people. Right? Every soil is filled with corpses because no human being has ever been immortal.
My citizenship, or my right to live there, how is it conceivably a question now?
What he
Because everything is a question because it's decided on the basis of power.
Said to everybody is, I personify the pain of my people.
Yes, because there's so much status and income and adulation and sex to be attained by making such claims.
And I'm telling you, I am hurt.
Until this moment.
Oh my God, we have to completely change our political system because this guy has hurt feelings.
There is scarcely any hope for the American dream. Because the people who are denied participation.
Right, does the American dream depend upon the choices of the American majority? Or does the American dream depend upon the fulfillment of certain universal moral principles for every different minority group within America?
Participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
How is it a very grave moment for the West? Standing up all universal laws for
the whole of the Union standing. Never seen this happen before.
So for conservatives, right-wingers who are public intellectuals and pundits, you'll notice often a very large discrepancy between what they say about black people in private versus what they say publicly. And you'll see this with James Burnham, who's confessed to the author Jeffrey Hart that the black problem will probably ruin this country. Right? You'll have a lot of conservatives who will say things like this privately that they would never say publicly.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley, who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved.
Thank you, Mr.
By the
President.
preceding speaker.
Gentlemen, it is impossible in my judgment to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to say to him the fact that your skin is black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise.
Buckley starts out by saying,
well, in one sense, that's true, right? There are universal moral principles, and so whether the speaker is black or white, that shouldn't matter. But the world does not operate primarily on the basis of these abstract, reified, universal moral principles, right? The world primarily operates on different peoples pursuing their different gifts and their different interests that frequently clash with each other.
That the greatest insult to James Baldwin is to treat him as a black person.
Saying to him, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to speak.
So, in some circumstances, treating James Baldwin as a black man would be the greatest insult. And then social mores change, and it's absolutely indispensable. You must, if you have any decency, treat him primarily as a black man.
To you, without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in virtue of the fact that you are a Negro
At first you think, okay, what is he saying? Is he saying, I'm not going to treat him with the kind of disrespect and indignity that Baldwin has just described in his speech? No, Buckley's actually saying Baldwin gets treated with a kind of deference out of this.
So Bill Buckley was very adept on his feet, and he had tremendous latitude in the things that he would say publicly and would argue, because he was not primarily about truth, goodness. He was primarily about performance. And so when you're not limited by concerns of truth and righteousness and decency and that which is profound, then you have a lot more latitude in the things that you can say, right? You can employ a lot more verbal virtuosity, right? You can put on many more intellectual dance moves when you're not limited by truth.
Sense of white guilt.
We have done a great deal to focus on the facts of white discrimination.
Yeah, in the final analysis, Bill Buckley is primarily about Bill Buckley. It's not primarily about devotion to duty.
Against Negroes. But the other problem is the failure of the Negro community itself. There are a great many schools who are anxious to train Negroes. There are scholarships available to put them.
So, virtually no minority group, not Jews, not blacks, not gays, who wants to face up to the painful reality that much of how the majority treats them is a reaction to the behavior of the minority group.
Through, but in fact that particular energy, for some reason, is not there.
He was pulling out the old card of saying, we've done everything we can to make...
And by saying this is the old card, right, in his modern, enlightened, liberal left perspective, right, that's discrediting, right? To use an old card, right, that's inferior, that's primeval, that's medieval.
It's possible for all people to rise on the basis of their merit, but the black family just hasn't got it together.
What, in fact, is it that we Americans ought to do? What are your instructions that I'm to take back to the United States, my friend?
Well, the black family and the white family, they were both had their strongest in the 1950s, right? Both had more inferior results after the 1950s. So levels of out-of-wedlock birth, family solidarity, right, were stronger for both peoples in the 50s. I think for pretty much every group in America, families were stronger in the 1950s than in any succeeding decade. So there are many wonderful things about freedom, but there is a price to be paid for freedom. And so as all sorts of personal and sexual freedoms expanded in America in the civil rights regime, right, this came at the expense of institutions such as family and marriage.
It was Buckley who asked the question, what can we do? So I stood up and said, well, I'll tell you what you can do.
One thing you might do, Mr. Buckley, is let them vote in Mississippi.
It is much more complicated, sir, than simply the question of giving them the vote. Booker T. Washington said that the important thing where Negroes are concerned is not that they hold public office, but that they be prepared to hold public office, not that they...
So, blacks in America have had huge success in American politics, much more than, say, Northeast Asian Americans who put their emphasis elsewhere. So has it redounded to great benefit to American blacks to be so successful in American politics? Have East Asians, Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans, Korean Americans been held back by the relative paucity of members of their race being big shots in American politics? It's not necessarily vitally important for a group that it has political leaders that come from its group. Maybe there are more important things to focus on than political power.
Vote, but that they be prepared to vote. I think actually what I would do is lift the standards of the vote so as to disqualify 65% of the white people who are present.
Buckley meant that there should be an intellectual aristocracy, an inherited and mostly white aristocracy.
Yeah, Bill Buckley wanted as much prestige, power, and influence accruing to people like himself. The final analysis, he was strongly self-interested. Okay, I'm worn out. Talk to you later, mate. Bye-bye.